We will be starting today with panel number 4 on the cooperation for the sustainable governance of transboundary aquifers, which will be moderated by Susan Schmeier. She's an associate professor, water and law diplomacy of IHE Delft. I wish you all a pleasant day and enjoy the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome also from my side. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. In our session today, we'll be looking at transboundary aquifers, and we'll be looking at how they're actually being governed, and in particular, how their governance works or doesn't work at the transboundary level. As you all know, there are around 600 aquifers around the world that are shared between countries, maybe many more yet to be discovered. As we know, research is still limited in this field. And these aquifers provide crucial resources for people's water supply, for agriculture. They help people survive, but they also maintain economies, help economies to grow, societies to develop. However, in spite of their importance, the governance of those is still, at least in some respect, weak. And also from an academic perspective, our knowledge of the governance of transboundary aquifers is still relatively limited if we compare it, for example, with the governance of surface waters. And this is exactly what we would like to address in this session today. I have 4 distinguished panelists with me, to whom I'll hand over in a second and will also introduce them. And they will take us through questions such as what are the challenges that the aquifers that they know about, they represent, they come from, face, but also what attempts have been made in order to govern these aquifers, what has been achieved, what were success factors, but also what were the challenges. You're welcome to ask your questions in the Q&A function that you see on your Zoom screen. And after short input statements from the panelists, I'll try to take as many questions as possible and have our panelists answer them. So without any further ado, I'd actually like to move into our panels with the first statement, and we'll start with Ivan Savatsky. Ivan is the Executive Secretary of the International Commission for the Protection of the Danube River, ICPDR for short. He has years of experiences in the Danube Basin at the national level in Slovakia, but also at the basin level, including working on groundwater, but also amazing global experience through his work, among others, with the Global Environment Facility. So I'm very happy to have you with us here today, Ivan. I'll hand over to you right away.
Thank you, Susan. And good morning, afternoon, evening to everybody. And I am really feel privileged to address you quickly about our experiences on this issue. So let me share with you my screen and put it in. Okay. Yes. So very quickly, since we are placed the Danube River Basin is in Europe, and most of the members of the ICPDR are members of the European Union. Many years ago, the leaders decided that the key tool for management of all shared water bodies, including the groundwaters, is our River Basin Management Plan activities related to them. So we are entrusted to help the countries to implement the Water Framework Directive. However, there is a very important vehicle for us to implement the convention. So a very quick overview of what we do and how we do it. So why we end up with these groundwater, these aquifers, or we call them groundwater bodies in the speak of Water Framework Directive. So first, what the selection criteria why countries picked up those were the size is important. Secondly, there are various criteria like social economic importance, water uses, impacts, pressures, interactions with aquatic ecosystem. Also, that it is important that the criteria under which these transboundary aquifers were nominated as an importance of the basin-wide importance is the bilateral agreement amongst the countries. So until now, we in ICPDR nominated already 12 transboundary aquifers as an importance of the entire basin. Very quickly, to give you some overview about the quantitative status. As we say, the over-abstraction is still the key pressure of these groundwater water bodies. But what ICPDR is, let's say, asking and developing a framework, a regulatory framework, helping countries to manage them properly, individually and jointly, is that the appropriate controls regarding abstraction of groundwater, including the register of abstractions, especially in the light of climate change protection, must be in the place. Secondly, requirements to be set for prior authorization of such abstraction. And thirdly, in line with the Water Framework Directive, it must be ensured that the available groundwater resources is not exceeded by the long-term annual average rate of abstraction. So this is the framework under which we operate from the quantitative point of view. Coming to the qualitative situation, which you are seeing the maps from our just updated river basin management plan, which will be endorsed in a week from now, the key pollution, key pressure on pollution are nutrients, coming mainly from agriculture and but also from untreated wastewater. So the way how we are looking at these aquifers, at these groundwater bodies, is that we have to prevent the pollution primarily through Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive and Nitrate Directive. These are the piece of EU legislation which sets the regulatory framework for limitation of the nutrients, particularly and also generally. But what is important, in addition to measures addressing pollution of surface water by organic substances, nutrients and hazardous substances, measures are needed to prevent significant losses of pollutants from other, for example, technical installations or storage capacity. So in that, it means that we need an effective regulatory framework ensuring prohibition of direct discharge of pollutants into groundwater. So this is really, it was really in a nutshell, the way how we address these transboundary aquifers in this large basin. The key question is, are there only 12 in such a large basin? And the answer is yes and no. There are many more of them. However, these were picked up by the countries, showing that there are importance from the entire, let's say, framework of the management of this large international river basin. Thank you very much, and I will be ready to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ivan, for these interesting insights from the Danube Basin. Interesting, I find, in terms of the legal and the regulatory framework that we have here, which seems to be of great importance for governing transboundary aquifers, but also interesting to see the role of a river basin organization and the role that it can play when it comes to aquifers. I think still an underexplored topic in many parts of the world. I'd like to move immediately on to our next panelist, Maria. Maria Amakali is the Director of Water Resources Management at the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform in Namibia. And there she works on water legislation, water policy in Namibia, but not only, also covering aquifers and river basins that Namibia shares with its neighboring states. So Maria from Namibia, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Suzanne. Thank you also everyone and the organizers for inviting me to be part of these sessions. I will be speaking from the SADC point of view. I just hope my slide will behave. Do you see anything moving?
No, I see the first slide, the cover slide, but it's not moving.
Yes, maybe I try it again. And there goes my 3 minutes. Okay.
Yes, I see the first slide.
Only the first slide again.
Yeah, please click on the click on the slide itself and then move it with the keyboard. Click on the slide with the mouse. Just click here and then now working.
Yes, thank you very much again. I'll be talking about from the Southern Africa point of view. My first slide is looking at the transboundary aquifers in SADC. We have about 20 of them. And currently, as you can see, they look like they are falling within the existing river basin organization, but its governance has been a little bit separate or challenged. One of the main challenge is the way the water course is defined in the legal instrument which we are using. We are talking about the definition of the water course, which is referring to the system of ground and surface water consisting by virtue of their unitary whole normally flowing into a common terminus, and the fact that some of the transboundary aquifers are not connected to the surface water leave behind how we can be managing them in the concept of in the ambit of the river basin organization which exists. And this is the same definition which is taken by the SADC protocol shared water courses, which establishes the current river basin organization, which provides for the management of shared water courses. As such, the next challenge would be that the effective governance institutional arrangement for these aquifers does not exist. So as we manage, we concentrate more on surface water, although we are using both surface and groundwater. And especially when you're talking about allocation or equitable allocation, you need to be looking at all your available resources. And then we have the instruments like the draft articles on the loss of transboundary aquifer, which attempted to include the governance of transboundary aquifers, but at a different institutional level. So we are saying this is a challenge, especially if you live in Southern Africa, where half of your water is also from the groundwater, or it's an arid country. You are dependent mainly on the groundwater as well, especially in the last 5 years with climate change. We dependent mainly on groundwater. So again, if we are then want to move into managing these aquifer, there is again that common this lack of understanding of how much water is available, what quality is there, especially for all the other aquifers. So far, we have started in SADC, and about 5 transboundary aquifer has been studied. And then again, how do we demarcate these aquifers? Should we concentrate only on the need to see which ones are connected, or do we just look at the geographical area where these transboundary aquifers fall in? So as such, there are several opportunities that we have been looking at. And the concept of integrated water resources management and the basin-wide approach, which we are using in most of our river basin, is an opportunity that we can look at and grow through. And also already river basin organization like Orasecom with the Stamprate and Limcom with the Ramotswa aquifer. And of course, the Kuvecom has already started looking at incorporating groundwater into their management areas. And this is something that can be duplicated to other river basins. And we have institutions like the SADC GMI. Also, this platform, the ISARM, is really also one of those platforms which is upgrading or raising the role of groundwater and the expertise and the resources and the scientific part of it that can be done. And at SADC level again, the what we call a regional strategic action plan on water resources management is emphasizing on groundwater as a whole, as well as the management of the transboundary aquifer. So basically, we don't need to duplicate and develop different institutions for transboundary aquifer. There is a need to include all these resources in one. And of course, we need to understand how much water is available, what quality in all of those, especially the remaining. I could be wrong, but we could say the remaining 15 aquifers in SADC. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you very much, Maria, for this interesting overview from Southern Africa, a region that indeed depends a lot and probably will depend even more in the future on groundwater. So even more important that it's being governed properly. So very interesting to see how the RBOs, but also the overall SADC regional framework is moving in that direction. Thanks a lot, Maria. Before we move to the next panelist, let me just remind our audience that you're very welcome to ask questions. So just use the Q&A function if you have any questions. I'll pick them up once we've gone through the first statements of our panelists. The next panelist is Sharon. Sharon McDowell is the director of the Water Resources Research Center, but also professor of environmental science at the University of Arizona. So you see we're moving geographically west to where it's still very early. Sharon, very sorry for that. And Sharon has worked for a long time on water resources management, water policy in various regions around the world, but also specifically in Arizona. So I'm very happy to now get a Northern American perspective on transboundary aquifers. Sharon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And yes, good morning from Tucson, Arizona in the southwestern United States, where it is 2:17 in the morning. I am going to share my screen. I have two slides that I hope you will see. I am talking about the shared border between the United States and Mexico and experience from over a decade of working on the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program and other water governance research and experience. And so we were asked to talk about the general situation and particularly some of the challenges, because really that is what we're talking about, because there is not a lot of experience around the world, successful experience at managing transboundary groundwater resources. And on the first day of the conference, I presented a paper on the behalf of a group of authors and expressed some optimism for getting to transboundary groundwater management, but we're not there yet. And the reason for that is really lack of a framework for, but as I thought about it, lack of prioritization of transboundary groundwater management. People have to want to do something to actually do it. And there's not an upswell of support or activity on the regional scale. There may be local efforts. And I just want to note that the region here, this map here shows the border. There are 4 states in the United States that are at the border and several states in Mexico. It's an arid to semi-arid region. And the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program prioritized on aquifers based on population economic activity. And there's been research going on. And these two aquifers in this blown up part of my figure here show the two along the Arizona-Sonora border that we've been studying. And a point I wanted to make here is that it's hard to do transboundary groundwater management because the very localized situations, and even in the United States, there are different regimes for groundwater governance of the two aquifers that are adjacent to each other. And so I just wanted to share a few insights. And those are collaborative science contributes to common understanding, and that's important. Groundwater management policy should be based on local considerations. Steady and inclusive stakeholder engagement is needed, and that takes resources to do that. We do have the foundation for collaboration on groundwater governance in our region due to the 1944 treaty dealing mostly with surface waters and the existence of a functioning transboundary commission, the International Boundary and Water Commission, and the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program has been, as I've said, in existence for over a decade now, and there's been some great progress on the assessment side of things. But there is much work to be done, work within each nation. And in my case of Arizona, we have, again, in those two different aquifers, very active management of groundwater in one area with a framework for governance, but in the other area, some resistance. So if there's resistance to groundwater management within a country, how can you make progress nationally? And it's really important to understand that there are different situations and perspectives, such as Indigenous. This came up the other day in our session. And I just wanted to show you very quickly. Oh, I'm sorry, my mouse was a little bit too quick there. These two maps on the lower left are two different maps of the same Colorado River basin. And the one on the right is from an Indigenous perspective of the 10 tribes. And it looks quite different than the one on the left. And then just what we mean by different words, such as even governance and resilience, I've done some writing on that recently, may vary quite a bit. So we have quite a few challenges, but I think it comes down to people wanting to work together on these things. And I'm optimistic that we will make some progress, but it will take some time. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sharon. Very interesting insights. And yeah, thanks for bringing in the importance of stakeholders, Indigenous communities specifically, but also I found it very interesting that you mentioned that one also needs to have the resources to actually engage stakeholders and move processes forward. So I think something that's quite often forgotten, ignored, not looked at. So something important to keep in mind. Before we move into the discussion and look at your questions, we have one more statement to go. Very happy that we have Eric Tardieu with us today. Eric is the Secretary General of the International Network of Basin Organizations. So again, here you see an interesting link, basin organizations and aquifers. He's also the Director General of the International Office for Water. He has experience in working in various parts of the world, including or specifically in France, at, as I read from your CV, also at the local level, the national level. So very interesting, again, to see how these different levels come together, also when it comes to governing aquifers. Eric, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Suzanne, for the kind introduction. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this session of ISARM conference. Yes, I will try to share with this point of view of INBO, in fact, two messages and one example. The first message that will echo, I believe, the examples of the previous speakers is that we have already a large set of IWRM implementation tools, principles, and they are available and relevant also for management of transboundary aquifers. Of course, the international legal framework is not the same. And that's a problem. We know that. You have mentioned that, Suzanne. But let's go for the positive list of things that we can do. And here I will not, of course, describe all this list, but this is the very well-known approach with the different tools related to IWRM projects, planning, implementation of plans of measures, sustainable financing mechanisms, capacity buildings of all the stakeholders. All these principles and tools are available and relevant for transboundary aquifers. And I would like to insist on one specific aspect, which is what we call here water information systems, but really Maria pointed to the lack of common data. So it needs data, availability of data, ideally common production of data, and then data sharing, data integration, data processing, and data mobilization for joint shared decision making. And this is really something important, both for surface water, transboundary waters, and of course for transboundary aquifers. And we know that beyond sharing technical data, this is a very critical step for trust building between the different stakeholders, and in our case, between the different countries sharing a transboundary aquifer. And so we have a handbook on that if you're interested. And the example that I've tried to share with you today, since I'm based in Paris, as you mentioned, Suzanne, is a very ancient example. In fact, it dates back to 1978, about a small aquifer, around 30 square kilometers, shared by France and Switzerland. But in fact, shared not by the two countries, but shared by different local authorities from the two countries. And that's one specific and, I believe, interesting point. They didn't need or refer to a specific international legal framework. They just decided between the different local authorities, to establish a commission for the shared exploitation of the Genevois aquifer. We are in the region of the city of Genève. They have implemented a joint monitoring network for the level of the aquifer, for the abstractions, and they have an agreement since the beginning about the artificial recharge of the aquifer and who pays for which amount of water in this artificial recharge. So there is also a sustainable financing mechanism in this order. So you can see here, I think this is a nice illustration of the fact that the current IWRN principles can be applied. Thank you very much for your attention and for the discussion.
Thanks a lot, Eric, for also mentioning the role of data and information. I think something that's crucially important, but also a reminder that we still, in many places around the world, know very little about groundwater. So definitely, I think also a call for more data gathering and sharing. I would like to open the floor for discussions. I do see a few questions coming in from the audience. I'll ask the four of you to be very brief when you respond, because we don't have that much time. I'll pass the first question. It's a very specific question from the audience to Maria. Could you quickly elaborate on the legal framework in the SADC context and how it applies to Namibia, and whether, for example, the SADC protocol actually applies to aquifers that Namibia shares?
Yes, thank you for the question. The revised SADC protocol on shared water courses does cater for the management of shared water courses or surface water and groundwater, which are connected to the surface water. That's why I explained a bit with regard to the definition. So. But from our side, and I think it's something that we have kind of adopted in the region to say, this is if the transboundary aquifer falls within the geographical area of that basin, we can manage it together. We don't feel that we should be limited to the definition. That's why we are able to participate in the Stampede Aquifer, which is shared between Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa, and which is part of the ORASECOM, or Orange Central River Basin Commission. Similarly, we are also there are other, like the Okavango, there is some other aquifers that we are looking at through the Okavango or Okacom, and then of course the Kuvelai have the Ohangwena aquifers, which we share with Angola, and we are also busy analyzing or assessing those aquifers. So yes, although the definition is blur, I want to say it, we decide that we can still use the concept of integrated water resources management. And the agreements between the River Basin Organization includes the management of groundwater.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Maria, for these further elaborations. Another question that I have, which I think can go to Sharon, but others, please feel free to add. is about existing approaches, be they legal, be they political, institutional, for governing shared surface waters, and whether there's anything we can learn for groundwater. And we've touched on the connection between surface and groundwater, but also between different instruments to govern those already a bit. But Sharon, if you can maybe elaborate a bit more on that from your experience in your...
Yes, thank you for that question. And in my brief comments, I mentioned that we do have a treaty between the two countries that primarily focuses on surface water of three main transboundary river systems and some wastewater. And there's only very limited mention of groundwater. But I wanted to mention that there's been some great success and progress in the last 10 and even 20 years on the collaboration with managing the Colorado River Basin, which is a very stressed river system. It's an iconic river system, very stressed due to climate change and demands from the demand side. And something that was instituted maybe over 10 years ago now was the formation of working groups that were binational, that were truly like equivalent groupings of people working on environmental issues, technology issues, policy issues. And so the table expanded, it became more regular. It wasn't totally open where anybody could join, but this system of these working groups really made a tremendous difference. And I've thought about that many times, to have that on the aquifer scale. But again, it takes those resources and the support to do that. But I do see a really discernible difference that's occurred, and it's based on basically equivalency of participation, mutual respect, and trust and relationships that have built up. And so one of the messages also of this, it does take time, and it does take these respectful mutual relationships, especially when dealing across languages and cultures and economies and the like. But I point to that, and I wish we had the resources to start doing that at the aquifer scale.
Thanks, Sharon. Thanks. Very, very interesting. We have a few questions from the audience that revolve around data sharing and, well, the fact that we all know how important it is, but very often it's difficult to set up the required systems for that. So I'm wondering, Ivan, if you could elaborate a little bit of how that's being done in the Danube Basin. How does data sharing work? How is it being established? How is it covered in terms of costs?
Yeah, thank you. Very quickly, and I will start from the point where Sharon stopped. It's important to have institutionally established a technical body which deals with these issues. So in case of ICPDR, which is a legal and institutional framework for it, for each and every technical issues, including groundwater management, we have an expert or task group where the government nominated representatives are participating and discuss all the technical and policy issues related to this problem. So the cost is borne by the government who are sending their people. So that's important, that this is not extra cost for the RBO. Secondly, important is that these groups are providing certain outcomes which goes through the decision system up to the ICPDR and then endorsed at the level of government representatives of the in the commission. Then the implementation for any type of measure or data sharing, data valuation, whatsoever exchange is executed by the same people who develop this tool. So I would say the policy arch of any type of work, including groundwater, transboundary groundwater management, is done in this way. And this is very useful. And I cannot, let's say, emphasize more that the sharing of the data, which should be validated by all sides participating, should be considered as a common data, and then it could lead to some proposal of the measures or development of policies or whatsoever. Thank you.
Thanks, Ivan. I'm wondering, Eric, if you want to add something to that, given that you also brought in the importance of data and information sharing, but also knowing that you have quite some experience on Latin America. I'm wondering whether you could maybe link that to another question that we got from the audience on whether there's any success example in Latin America on managing transboundary aquifers, sharing data.
Yes, thank you, Suzanne. And I couldn't with Ivan of what he's just explained. We need data sharing processes, and we need to do that. We need data for purpose. Sometimes the technical community is very happy with a lot of data, with a lot of information systems. That's not the point. The point is, what are the necessary data for the decision-making processes? We need really to establish this common understanding, this common knowledge that is necessary for trust building at the beginning, and then for relevant and efficient decisions in order to establish a balanced management of the shared aquifer. And yes, there are the very well-known example of the Guarani basin in Latin America, which is not the same. I'm not sure I'm the best one here in the room to tell you about that, but this is again an ancient agreement that has be useful in order to solve potential conflicts between the countries in this region. So it played its role not only from a technical point of view, but also from a diplomatic point of view, which is also part of the topic of today. And this is not only about sustainable management of shared aquifer, but it's also in some contexts about the preservation of peace in some regions. And I just wanted to finish with the mention of an incoming project between 4 countries in Western Africa about the Senegalo-Mauritanian aquifer. And the 4 countries sharing this aquifer have just signed an agreement under the framework of the 92 Water Convention. So this is again an illustration of what is the connections between what is available for surface waters and for groundwaters. And so they will establish a permanent mechanism for coordination, consultation between the 4 countries, establish a common vision, and then the secretariat of this approach for the shared aquifer will be based on the 2 transboundary basin organizations for surface waters in the region, so the Senegal River and the Gambia River. So we will be very happy to follow the next steps of this approach.
Thanks, Eric, for also mentioning this example. It's indeed, I think, a promising one where we see that cooperation over transboundary aquifers is advancing. It links a little bit to another question that we got from the audience about support. So is it always the case that countries themselves initiate, but also fund and manage cooperation processes over transboundary aquifers, or are there also international institutions supporting this? And this, of course, makes me think of Ivan's past with the Global Environment Facility. So I'm wondering, Ivan, any insights on how GEF or other organizations that you know of might have supported transboundary aquifer management?
Thank you, Suzanne. You put me on a very slippery slope because I retired from GEF some years ago, and when working for GEF, I always didn't like that the former employees of the GEF were speaking about that. So I'm not going to promise any money to any aquifer to do the proper work. But in principle, I think that GEF is still within this now currently retiring GEF 7 strategy, and now discussion for the next replenishment GEF 8 strategy, the groundwater is still inside of this, let's say, of its interest. I would say now it's more sophisticated than it was in my time, because now it's really put in the broader framework of the impact of the climate change and building resilience of any water systems to be able to cope with these pressures. So I would say this is still in the heart of the GF, and some successful projects already happened, like Nubian Aquifer. Others are in the pipeline. I don't know the details, but I'm speaking about the principle that transboundary aquifers are still in focus of Jeff. And secondly, what I think was not mentioned, it was mentioned indirectly, but where Jeff is, I think, the Jeff strength and the Jeff focus is on this conjunctive management. We should not, in developing world, we should not look at aquifers or groundwater as a transboundary aquifers as a single problem, as a single source of water. The way how to make this management sustainable and look at the really resilient water system is in the combination of the management of surface and groundwater. I will stop myself here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Sharon, you would like to add to that?
Yes, I thought as you were asking the question, you were going to go in the other direction of the local, coming up more bottom up than something bigger coming in. And so the group of us who've worked along the border and put together the paper I presented earlier in the week think that a lot of the impetus can come from local activities, and there is already local collaboration going on in some of these aquifers. And I just wanted to connect. I saw a question about upstream, downstream. And I wanted to mention that along our border, some rivers flow from north to south and other rivers flow from south to north, and some are more horizontal along the border. So it goes to the point that the circumstances are very different often in the different aquifers that are connected to these river systems. So it goes back to data for a purpose. That's really important, but understanding the conditions and having some of that common understanding of baseline information is very important. So I just wanted to kind of connect a couple of those thoughts.
Thanks, Sharon. Indeed, this would have been my next questions, focusing on local communities, but also on differences between countries, upstream, downstream, but also power differences. As we don't have a lot of time left, glad you touched on those already. I would like to ask Maria one more question when it comes to well, we don't need to call them hegemons, but the power differences between countries. South Africa clearly being a more powerful country in your region. Has that affected cooperation over transboundary aquifers at all?
This is another slippery slope. Well, when it comes to currently we're in the Orasecom, which is the one we share with South Africa. We do have the Stamford Aquifer, which we have been jointly assessing. I think we had a project with the UNESCO, the Greta project, and unfortunately for South Africa, most of the aquifer falls within Namibia, and you what you get is if you focus, either you focus on surface water or you focus on groundwater. So this becomes a kind of a payoff, or if I may put it like that. But of course, you will always have that where the river flow from. Chances are that somebody has the power, or where somebody, for example, if you talk about the orange, Lesotho is a small country and they didn't need all their water, so they allowed, for example, South Africa to come in, and they already get allowed to do that. So it becomes something they got used to. It becomes a custom for them. But the whole idea of having river basin organization is so that you can negotiate equitable allocation for everyone. Of course, there is always fights and negotiations, not fights, but it comes. But at the end of the day, we look at equitable allocation for all basin members.
Thanks a lot, Maria. That's also a very positive outlook. And I think that brings us to the end of our session. I wish we would have had more time to discuss lots of interesting questions. I'll not try to summarize the session, but maybe just share a few key messages that I got out of what our panelists shared with us, but also the questions that were asked by the audience. And I think one key message for me has been that there needs to be priority put on the governance, on the cooperative governance of transboundary aquifers, and that requires as well political will. Another message that was quite strong for me was the importance of legal and institutional frameworks for governing transboundary aquifers, but also the many opportunities that arise from the fact that we have basin organizations. So we have instruments in place that could potentially play a bigger role also when it comes to managing groundwater bodies in these areas. But also the importance of different governance levels, now talking about basin organizations, but also all the way down to the local population, to indigenous communities, and the different governance levels that we have in between that all have a role to play. Stakeholder engagement should go without saying, but still needs a lot of improvement in many places, I think. Data and information sharing also came out quite strongly. We won't be able to manage our water resources, be it surface or groundwater, if we don't know enough about them. Enough, of course, being the question what that means, everyone having potentially a different understanding of that. And finally, the question of resources being available to actually do the governance, which can be a bottleneck that is often not addressed. But overall, I think a quite positive outlook on where we are, but also where we can get if we use the knowledge, the means, the tools that we have available for governing transboundary water resources, also for better governing the not so visible ones of those. So thank you very much to all of our panelists for sharing your knowledge, your experiences. Thanks for the participants for your active engagement and the questions. And of course, thanks to UNESCO for hosting that. And with that, I will say goodbye and hand back to our UNESCO hosts, Rita or Mahmoud. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you all the speakers for these most interesting presentations and the audience for a very dynamic Q&A. It was very pleasant to assist. The session will now continue with the parallel sessions 9 and 10. Session 9 is starting immediately on the governance of TBA, strengthening cooperation. And you will need to navigate on Hoover to find the link for that session, because it's not in this room. In this room where we are now, we're going to have a 15-minute break, and then we'll start with session 10 on the same topic. So hope to see you either in one of the sessions. Thank you so much. Recording. Okay, going to start. So good morning, everyone. After the short break, welcome to session 10 of ISARM on the governance of TBA strengthening cooperation. This session will be chaired by Mr. Alfonso Riviera, co-chair of the ISARM2021 Scientific Committee and the former chief hydrogeologist of the Geological Survey of Canada. Mr. Chair, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon for some. So we are entering into session number 10, and this is related to the governance of transboundary aquifers, strengthening cooperation, which is topic number 4 in the ISARM2021 agenda. I have the pleasure to moderate this session, having 6 distinguished presentations. Actually, at the end, we did not hear from the first one. So of the list that you have in front of you, the first speaker is not available. So we will begin with Jenny after I finish my introduction, and then we go on with 5 presentations. So that is to say that the first 2 presentations are oral presentations of a maximum of 15 minutes. And then the last 3 presentations are 4 to 5 video presentations or flash presentations, if you wish. So as the team goes, governance, this is a very interesting and very important topic again during this conference. And I beg you to please keep the time sharp so we can have some time left for questions from the public. You will have, again, 15 minutes. I will nevertheless not stop you at 14, but let you know that you have 1 minute left to wrap up. Okay, so let me begin with the first speaker this morning, Jenny Grönwall from Stockholm International Water Institute. She's advisor on water policy and rights. Very adequate title and speaker here for this subject. So Jenny, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And let me show my screen. And whoops, why is it taking long? And please let me know if you see it in slideshow now.
It is.
Very good. Thank you so much. So thank you for inviting me, because what I'm going to present here is not a conventional case study for the ISARM, maybe. Mainly because there are several question marks involved, and also because it may be that we are not talking about a transboundary aquifer, a TBA, at all. It may be that we are only talking about a major water supply project on the verge of a particular TBA, where groundwater is pumped from a well field in Ethiopia and distributed to neighboring Djibouti. As we will show, we have certain indications to go by today that there is a connection between this project site and the TBA in question. But nonetheless, there are several interesting aspects of this story, and we have aimed to elevate and discuss cooperation over shared underground resources beyond what applies to well-defined conventional TBA systems, and to contribute with understanding on groundwater governance and management under uncertainty, using the case of the Ethiopia-Djibouti Transboundary Water Project as illustration. And what is presented here today is based on a desk study, partially drawing on previous explorations, hydrogeological such, observations in the area by UNICEF, personal communication with relevant actors, and legal analysis. One clear limitation is that no field work was possible due to COVID and the political tensions in the north of Ethiopia for the past 1 year. Another limitation is that very few of the involved actors chose to respond to our questions, and I will come back to a possible reasons to why that is. Just to show you where on the African continent the study site is located, with the approximate well field marked in red to the right. Here we have different maps of the transboundary aquifer in question, the Afar Rift Valley or Afar Triangle Aquifer, the AF59, as it is shown in different IGRAC and TWOP maps. But the information sheet for AF59 comes with a disclaimer that the aquifer boundary is only partially confirmed and that map and cross-section are only provided for illustrative purposes. Interesting. A few details about the water supply project here. It was launched in 2011 and seemingly completed in 2017. It is led by the governments of Ethiopia, Djibouti, and China. And here I say the government of China because of the involvement of the country's Ministry of Finance, and that the Exim Bank, the lender, is state-owned, and so is the Chinese contractor and operator, the CGCOC Water Company Limited. The well field has 28 boreholes, 500 meter deep on average. The water quality is apparently satisfying World Health Organization standards. And this well field is located in the Kulin Valley in the Somali regional state in the Afar Depression. It's also a part of the Awash River Basin. However, it is not known exactly where the recharge zones for this well field are located. It may be that it stretches as far as to the Federal Republic of Somalia to the east. Either way, some 370 kilometers of pipeline have been laid between the well field and the capital of Djibouti. Very challenging terrain, which requires reliable energy to run the pumping system. This project aims for a delivery of 100,000 cubic meters per day, but this has all the while been restrained by electricity scarcity in Ethiopia. And so it is actually unknown how much water is being supplied today. And many of the question marks come from that the project is governed under an undisclosed contract. What we do know is that Djibouti will have the raw water for free for 30 years. And this project is part of the Belt and Road Initiative, which is strategic to China's global infrastructure expansion. For landlocked Ethiopia, the main driver was mainly port access in Djibouti, which is a country with no perennial water streams and where most drinking water used to come from saline groundwater. So a driver there, of course, is to achieve SDG 6.1 and the human right to drinking water. Some maps and images here. I will just run through them quickly in the interest of time. This map, however, which we have produced, is all the more interesting. Striped in the upper left corner, it shows the AF59 as it is delineated today. The well field is marked in red. And importantly, we have added arrows indicating the inferred groundwater flow. And this comes from preliminary estimations, previous studies by the Ministry of Mines in Ethiopia and the Geological Survey of Ethiopia and others, combined with, as I mentioned, UNICEF's work in the area. And this tells us that the groundwater flow is in the direction of the AF59. So this indicates a hydraulic connection between the two as a system. But at this point, we do not know whether, in fact, we are talking about one connected system. Now, we're in a session about governance and cooperation. For this study, we have explored the decision-making processes, the institutions, the actors involved in the project, their capacities, and so on. I can't go into all of the details. And as I said, we've analyzed the legal framework, including the human rights law, and focusing on the situation in Ethiopia, as there is where the well field is. At the time when the project was decided and implemented, the previous regime of Ethiopia was in power. There were then 3 river basin authorities with rather far-reaching control over their jurisdictions. Nevertheless, the Awash River Basin was not involved in any of the decision-making processes for this water supply project. And Ethiopia's federal constitution does not clearly spell out whether groundwater is a federal or a state subject. In our interpretation, it should rightly have been the Somali regional state taking the decisions on drilling permits and groundwater abstraction and so on. But it has also not been involved at any stage. Instead, a proclamation was adopted that appoints the Ethiopian Ministry of Finance as the implementing body of the project, possibly to match China's Ministry of Finance. No one conducted any environmental or strategic impact assessment, and hence there was no public consultation carried out. In terms of management of the well field primarily, we are talking about the day-to-day activities, the operation and maintenance of the boreholes and the pumps, etc., as infrastructure assets. The COC Water Company is contracted as the operator, but no details are known about this. In Djibouti, the water utility ONIAD is in charge of the water supply for the country, including a treatment plant in the capital city. And as mentioned before, the recharge zones are probably not established and known, and it's also therefore unclear who oversees resources protection for the short and long term, and there's no managed aquifer recharge in place. So the sustainability issues are largely unknown at this point. But we are talking about the Horn of Africa, which is drought prone, and we can only think back to the period between 2015 and 17 to remember a very bad drought that we are likely to see more of in our era of climate change. As mentioned, the water quality is good today, but drinking water protection zones may be needed where potential recharge areas are more densely populated. So at this point, available knowledge is insufficient to say if we are dealing with a shared aquifer system or not. From an international cooperation point of view, however, some different matters are actualized, depending on if this project area is part of the same aquifer system as the TBA or not. So let's start with what if the project area is not hydraulically connected to the AF59? Cooperation is still a general obligation under international law as codified in many treaties and agreements. Of major interest here is the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights of 1966, which all the countries involved in this project are parties to and thereby bound by. And this means, among other things, that they are bound to realize the right to safe drinking water individually and through international assistance and cooperation. Ethiopia also has core obligations, including procedural principles, such as regarding participation in public decision-making. I don't have time to go into the obligations to respect and protect human rights here, but the duty to fulfill has certain implications. That it includes to facilitate cooperation and provide development assistance. However, there is no legally binding duty for Ethiopia to distribute water outside of its borders to assist Djibouti in fulfilling its human rights obligations to drinking water. But there is an extraterritorial scope for donor countries, including to set aside ODA and contribute to technical assistance, such as this meeting and partnerships, capacity building, trainings, etc. In sum, it is not set in stone what cooperation entails under international human rights law. But at the very least, I think we can say that this project involves water export in the spirit of cooperation as a moral duty and as an expression of hydro solidarity. If this project site turns out to be part of the Transboundary aquifer, part of the same aquifer system, it should first be noted that customary international law applies, but there is no legal duty to regularly exchange information, as this can be regarded still as an emerging norm, not binding yet under customary international law. There are different views on this, but this is the interpretation that we have reached of the applicable law. The non-binding draft articles, which have been covered extensively in this conference, can serve to guide arrangements between the parties, such as on generation and exchange of data, monitoring of the aquifer system, and management of the well field components. And the priority then should be the recharge zones. In this particular area, we do not know if there is a risk of harm to other aquifer states. That is, if Ethiopia's pumping of groundwater to supply to Djibouti can impact significantly and negatively on Djibouti's part of the very same resource. A little complicated, but if so, customary law on equitable and reasonable utilization would apply. SDG 6.5.2 needs to be reported against. Neither Ethiopia nor Djibouti have done so, but this, of course, would apply if we are talking about the transboundary aquifer here. And also for future activities, a transboundary EIA would be needed. To conclude, I have mentioned several challenges, mainly relating to uncertainties in this case, but in terms of a way forward, some preliminary recommendations here. The project builds on interdependence between Ethiopia and Djibouti in a part of the world where water security are very, very high on the agenda, and thereby this is something for the world community to also take into account. And water security requires this type of collaboration rather than insisting on national sovereignty over the own groundwater resources. And this applies whether we are talking about one and the same shared.
You have 1 minute to wrap up.
Thank you very much. So this applies whether we are talking about the shared aquifer or if we are talking about a water supply project that pumps from a domestic groundwater site only. Collaboration, interdependence, all of that, and clearly as indicated, the AF59's current delineation, either way, is only preliminary, and this study suggests that the boundaries are not robust. So studies are needed to map and characterize the aquifer system better, and maybe that is something for the next update of the IGRAP map. Preferably, such studies are participatory and involve local communities with knowledge of the groundwater recharge and flow, etc. And also, a contract for this project exists, but it doesn't amount to an operational arrangement for water cooperation, as the SDG 6.5.2 calls for. And improvements are due, not least in terms of transparency, openness, accountability, and so on. And finally, better data generation and exchange between the actors is needed, needs to be financed, somehow needs to be arranged, could result in achieving the SDG ahead of 2030 and to reporting towards the human rights. But strengthened international cooperation and technical assistance is needed from all of us, including us here at ISARM. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Jenny, for keeping the time. And this is extremely interesting what you are telling us here from the point of view of governance. But I can also say, after listening to your talk, that one of the things that we have been saying over the last couple of days in this conference is that knowledge matters. And this is typically, I wasn't aware of this case, but this is typically the case where knowledge really matters. The uncertainties on the boundaries of transboundary aquifers still remain open. There are some, as I mentioned in my keynote talk, that are well defined, others that are still not defined. So this is a typical case, and thank you so much for your insight. We will certainly have some questions on it as we move on. Okay, so let's go to the next speaker. And I have the pleasure of presenting here my colleague Stefano Burchi. I do not know if I need to introduce him. He's well known. Stefano is the chairman or actually the Executive Council chairman of the International Association for Water Law, Asociación Internacional de Law, I understand, current Executive Council chair. And his talk today, will be on the STAS and ATOC. He will tell us the meaning of the acronyms. Two success stories of incremental scientific or science-based cooperation, backed up by international water law, which is his main subject. Again, Stefano, you have 50 minutes in total, and if you go over 14, I'll let you know. The floor is yours, Stefano.
Thank you very much, Alfonso. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to present essentially an analysis of these two case studies. The acronyms, that you provided stand for Ocotepeque-Citalá Aquifer System, located in Central America, and Stampede Transboundary Aquifer System, located in Southern Africa. Could somebody put up my PowerPoint? Okay. And thank you very much. These are two cases of cooperation ongoing, actually, as of the time of speaking, if you like, that I have had the privilege to be associated with as a legal advisor. And together with Alice Orelli and Thales Carvalho Rezende and Marina Rubio, who worked as a team, on the project that assisted this cooperation process. We decided to sort of distill, the experience and some perhaps lessons learned, but especially from the angle of international water law. So both in the sense that how international water law has helped and influenced the process of cooperation around these two aquifers, but also at the same time how the cooperation that has unfolded and that is unfolding reverberates on and backfeeds international water law and the evolution of international water law. The next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So now, the Ocotepeque-Citalá Transboundary Aquifer, OCTA, you have a map of it. It's located in Central America. No, wait. Could you go back to the previous slide, please? No, previous. Okay, here, thank you. It's a small aquifer located in parts of Honduras and El Salvador. Relatively small, about 100 square kilometers, but very important as a source of fresh water for the local populations in terms of water supply and livelihoods. Next slide, please. So small but important in terms of socioeconomic development. The other aquifer, the Stampede Transboundary Aquifer System, underlies parts of Namibia, Botswana, and South Africa. It's much larger. It's about 87,000 kilometers square. The vast majority of which lies in Namibia. South Africa has a rather marginal interest in it in terms. It's a sparsely populated area with mostly agricultural activity in terms of irrigation and stock watering, but no mining and industrial activities for the time being. Next slide, please. Now, let's first review briefly the achievements of cooperation facilitated by the cooperation that has been facilitated by UNESCO IHP with funding from the Swiss government through the GGRITA project, Groundwater Governance in Transboundary Aquifers, that has been mentioned, incidentally, a number of times already in this conference. Now, what are the achievements of cooperation? In regard to the Ocotepeque-Citalá aquifer, the achievements are twofold. On the one hand, on the scientific side, an improved understanding of the aquifer resources, in the sense that technical scientific studies conducted in a cooperative mode have helped delineate the aquifer as binational. And this, whereas at the origin, at the beginning, there was thought to be one tri-national aquifer, but these studies revealed that in fact there are two aquifers, one binational, the Ocotepeque-Citalá, and the other one a domestic aquifer that lies in Guatemala and that has no connection to the binational aquifer. There was intense stakeholder involvement and dialogue, and that this resulted in a trust building through, again, a number of activities led by and assisted by the Jigrita project. The second achievement is a letter of intent on the institutional side, is a letter of intent signed in February 2019 at a widely publicized public ceremony held in Esquipulas in Guatemala, so in neutral territory, if you like, that carries and signifies the moral commitment of the signatories. A number of stakeholders were involved and signed, from local to regional to national level. And that signifies the commitments of the signatories to cooperate through specific modalities, including through the tri-national commission that is in charge of implementing the Trifinio Region Development Plan, providing a home eventually for continued bilateral cooperation. Now, the letter of intent is not a binding instrument. This must be underlined. Next slide, please. With regard to the Stamprit aquifer system, again, the achievements of cooperation are essentially twofold again. On the one hand, there have been multidisciplinary assessments of the characteristics of the aquifer to understand and delineate and better know the aquifer and its resources, all the way to the development of a joint database and a groundwater numerical model that, to support future resource monitoring, data sharing, and informed decision-making. And on the institutional side, so multidisciplinary scientific assessment, on the institutional side, a decision was made by the STAS countries to nest a continued cooperation in the aquifer inside the Orange Senku River Commission, or ASECOM, through a pre-existing and already existing geohydrology committee that existed already inside the structure of RASECOM, but had been dormant until that time. And this option was deemed preferable to creating a standalone new STAS cooperation mechanism. And the development then of a STAS-wide strategic action plan with active participation of the RASECOM itself and riparian countries, that is aimed at providing a framework for the joint management of the aquifer and supporting the institutional arrangement, the multi-country cooperation mechanism for strategizing and advising the STAS countries towards the sustainable development and use of the aquifer and its resources. Next slide, please. Now, against this backdrop, the backdrop of these achievements on both scientific and institutional aspects, institutional ends of the spectrum, what is the role of international water law? Now, the precepts and the norms of customary international water law that are crystallized, in particular as regards transboundary aquifers, in the UN draft articles on the law of transboundary aquifers that have been mentioned already in this context, and I myself mentioned yesterday as I delivered the presentation by Professor Quadri. These norms have helped shape the response of the two groups of countries, both to the initial call, invitation, if you like, to cooperation from the Jigrita project, and also the expectations that were generated by maturing cooperation in the scientific work that helped characterize the two aquifers, both facilitated by the Jigrita project. Next slide, please. Now, the principles that have been at work are essentially the principles of customary international water law that have been at work in both scenarios and that appear to have influenced the course and the direction and the scope of cooperation are the general duty of transboundary aquifer states to cooperate. And there was a diffuse perception of this obligation that accounts, in our opinion, for the initial readiness of countries to cooperate, but also accounts for the solidification of this perception through the scientific work that led to better know the aquifer and the trust building, that came as a result, facilitated by the GIGRITA project. Next slide, please. The corollary duty of the transboundary aquifer states to share information and data concerning a transboundary aquifer that has enabled, in effect, the science-based characterization work of the two aquifers. And the other is also the exhortation, not an established principle, not an established binding norm, but an exhortation that transboundary aquifer states cooperate through a joint mechanism. And this is embedded, this exhortation, the response, acceptance of this exhortation is embedded in both the decision of the STAS countries to institutionalize cooperation through ORASECOM, the Orange-Senku-Riva Commission, but also in the letter of intent of the Ocotepeque-Citalá aquifer states that anticipate a future home for aquifer cooperation in the trinational Trifinio Plan Implementation Commission that includes Guatemala in addition to El Salvador and Honduras. Next slide, please. Moreover, the legal definition of transboundary aquifer as an aquifer system and as an aquifer or aquifer system, parts of which are situated in different states that features in the UN draft articles, as applied in the Ocotepeque-Citalá scenario, implied a change in the number of countries that were originally concerned. Because the studies, as I mentioned earlier, the studies that were undertaken in the framework of GIGRITA project showed that what was believed to be a trinational aquifer extending into Guatemala, in effect turned out to be two unconnected aquifers, one of which is located entirely in Guatemala, the Esquipulas aquifer, and is therefore purely domestic. And the other is located across the boundary between El Salvador and Honduras and is therefore transboundary according to the definition provided in the UN draft articles. Next slide, please. Now, what are the implications for international water law of these two case studies? One sure implication to our mind is that both cases have increased the authoritativeness and credibility of the UN draft articles on the law of transboundary aquifers as a reference and guidance for cooperation in the governance of transboundary aquifers. There's little doubt in our mind that this is the case. One possible implication is that when a multi-country institution exists already with some link, hydraulic or otherwise, to a transboundary aquifer, and of which the aquifer countries are members, then the option of homing cooperation for the aquifer inside such pre-existing institution should be considered, if not maybe prioritized, as opposed to going the route of creating a brand new standalone dedicated aquifer institution, a multi-country institution. Next slide, please. Another possible implication is the contribution of the letter of intent signed for the Ocotepeque-Citalá aquifer, which is, I repeat, a non-binding soft law instrument at best, to the evolution of international water law in the direction of some desirable future advances in regard to, in particular, the composition of joint mechanisms of cooperation to include multi-level stakeholders and women and indigenous tribal groups in particular. This is mentioned in the letter of intent. Another aspect is the dynamic configuration of joint mechanisms for cooperation that in the letter of intent in particular, is seen as evolving from an instrument of cooperation in data collection, harmonization for the aquifer and modeling of the aquifer, to an instrument of cooperation in the conservation, use, and protection of the transboundary aquifer. So in other words, into a management, an instrument for the management of the transboundary aquifer. So this dynamic evolutionary, if you like, configuration of joint mechanisms for cooperation. And the conjunctive management of groundwater and of the surface water that overlies the transboundary aquifer, in particular, in the case of the Ocotepeque-Citalá, the aquifer and the Lempa River that lies above the aquifer and that is connected hydraulically to the aquifer, enabling thus an integrated water resources management, IWRM, perspective and a more effective response to the looming threats to the aquifer quantity and quality-wise from increasing pressures. Next slide, please. In conclusion, seen from the lens of international water law, which is, the perspective from which, we developed this and we looked at these two case studies, the Ocotepeque-Citalá and the Stampriet cooperation experience suggests that certainly widely accepted principles of customary international water law that are crystallized in the UN draft articles on the law of transboundary aquifers have helped shape the direction and scope of cooperation from data collection and harmonization to the institutionalization of cooperation through a joint mechanism. Next one, please. And moreover, both experiences point in the direction of...
You will have 1 minute to wrap up,
sure.
Please.
I'm almost done, Alfonso. Point in the direction of desirable future advances of customary international water law in a few significant regards, i.e., multi-level governance, participative decision-making process, consideration of groundwater by river basin and other regional organizations, thus enabling an integrated water resources management perspective, and ultimately conjunctive management of transboundary surface and groundwater resources. And by being representative of state practice, both the Ocotepeque-Citalá and the Stampriet cooperation experience reverberates on the authoritativeness and credibility of the UN draft articles on the law of transboundary aquifers, and may I add, as an afterthought, that they also contribute to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 6.5, insofar as, in particular, it calls for integrated water resources management, including through transboundary cooperation where appropriate. And here we have two cases that feed into and reverberate on this particular SDG and lead, to its implementation and achievement. Thank you very much. I conclude here.
Okay. Well, thank you, Stefano. Clearly, two excellent examples of cases where full cooperation is possible, where science is shared by states, right? Sharing state aquifer, and where water law, international water law, is supported by science. This is clearly the case. Further, I would say that the use of this is very nice to hear. The use of existing agreements already on both cases behind to include the transboundary arrangement somehow instead of separate isolated agreements is also a good example or good examples. Perhaps, I don't know what your opinion is on this, Stefano, but perhaps for other TBS to follow. This is something that we could discuss separately or if the public has questions on it. So anyhow, thank you so much indeed. And this is clearly a link between science and international water law. And I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Stefano.
Okay. Thank you, Alfonso.
All right. Well, we'll move on. And the remaining three speakers are actually flash presentations, are already pre-recorded videos. And I will ask, there are four, I'm sorry. 4 videos. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Four of them. May I have the first one? This is sorry. May I introduce? Okay, I was going to introduce the speaker, Professor Sangam Shrestha, and program chair of Water Engineering and Management in the Asian Institute of Technology, who will speak on the development of frameworks to assess the groundwater governance of transboundary aquifers of rapidly urbanizing cities. Can I have the video, please, now? Thank you.
Greetings from AIT Thailand. Our presentation title is Development of Framework to Assess the Groundwater Governance in Transboundary Aquifers of Rapidly Urbanizing Cities. Transboundary aquifers are highly stressed because of uncontrolled abstraction and pollution of groundwater, especially among the internationally shared urban aquifers. One of the major reasons for conflicts and unsuccessful collaboration among these aquifers is limited insight into individual provisions and groundwater governance gaps. So we developed a framework to assess the current state of groundwater governance in each segment of transboundary aquifers. The groundwater governance framework we developed consists of 4 dimensions: technical, legal and institutional, cross-sector policy coordination and operational dimensions, and 30 indicators selected from published reports and journal articles. Each indicator is rated between 0 to 3 with 2 variables: adequacy of existing governance provisions and institutional capacity to implement it, as shown in the figure. The rated variables are already normalized and aggregated to obtain the Groundwater Governance Index, known as GGI. The weights of different framework dimensions can either be equal or can be obtained using MCDM techniques. The different range of GGI values provide the different states of groundwater governance as shown in the table. On the one hand, the framework provides a single index value which shall be useful to both technical and non-technical actors in visualizing the current state of groundwater governance in an aggregated way. On the other hand, the framework also evaluates current strengths and gaps in several disaggregated aspects. It can be in terms of individual components of groundwater governance, such as actors, information and knowledge, legal, etc., or other aspects such as provision for transboundary collaborations, urbanization aspect, or inclusion of vulnerable and marginalized groups, etc., providing current provision and needs. Finally, we would like to summarize the presentation with some key points. The framework consists of 4 dimensions, 30 indicators, and 2 variables, providing an index value known as Groundwater Governance Index, which indicates the current state of groundwater governance. The framework shall be useful to policy and decision makers in understanding existing provisions and needs for groundwater governance on either side of the transboundary aquifers. This shall ultimately facilitate developing suitable collaboration strategies with joint benefits for sustainable management of shared urban aquifers. With this, we would like to appreciate the organizers, technical and scientific committee for this opportunity. Thank you for your attention.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Professor Sangam Shrestha. It was very quick, but I could gather that this is a development study in which you are proposing a groundwater governance mechanism as a framework with indicators, which is quite well received in terms of being quantitative. I would have liked to see, however, perhaps in another occasion, application in some cases. But I understand the time is short. We might have time at the end to explore a little bit further on this. So I want to introduce the next video presentation, and that is Thai Puok Lin Yugen from Asian Institute of Technology, also assistant professor in that institute. And his talk today will be on groundwater and socioeconomic development implications to cross-sector related groundwater policies in Thailand. May I have the video, please?
Good morning. My name is Priyaporn Nguyen. I'm going to present the research on groundwater and socio-economic development implications for cross-sector related groundwater policy in Thailand. First of all, the background of the study is the groundwater is often overlooked by government as it is an invisible resources and difficult to monitor. Meanwhile, it's important the foundation for socio-economic development in Thailand. Most previous research often focus on assessment, groundwater level, and storage, but few study on anthropogenic pressure and socio-economic dimension of groundwater withdrawal. The objective of the research is to assess of socio-economic development and groundwater using responding ATG and appealing for cross-sector dialogue and proposal of participatory water, food, energy approach for integrated groundwater management. The study area is Khon-Kaen province in Thailand, which is the urbanizing area and drought-prone area. Also, the high reduction of groundwater for agricultural business and domestic use. The result from the trend analysis by Mankendall, the result of annual groundwater withdrawal, and among sectors, there are an upward trend in the last 20 years. Meanwhile, the groundwater level in some locations declined also. The climate variability in the last decade show the notion of average in rainfall. Meanwhile, there are the upward trend of the average temperature in Khon-Kaen province. This is the result of the socio-economic development trend. In the last 20 years, there are an upward trend of population, urban area, tourist and arrival. Meanwhile, there are a downward trend of agricultural area. This is the groundwater policy and groundwater withdrawal. Thai government issued Groundwater Act in the 1977 to control groundwater well drilling and withdrawal. The Act revised and added some regulation into the number 3 to protect the groundwater and land subsidence. There have been also many policies in Thailand in both national and provincial level introduced regarding groundwater use and management after. However, the groundwater abstraction has been tremendously increased in the last 2 decades. This is because many economic development policies such as urbanization, tourist development, intensive agriculture, and industrial development have been launched in the province in the last 20 years. Conclusion, the groundwater withdrawal is the high rate of business sector and the groundwater level some locations has declined. The climatic pressure precipitation show no trend but annual average temperature increase. The socio-economic pressure, intensive economic development, urbanizing area, industrial tourism development, and services. The provincial crop production has increased over time. Urbanizing and population trends strongly correlate with groundwater withdrawal trend in the area. The policy groundwater use policy introduced intensively in the last 20 years consequently increased withdrawal. Lack of policy on groundwater conservation and sustainable water use in economic sector. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation. So short, full of details that are of interest to this conference. Thank you so much. And please allow me to apologize. I say he, and of course, I am not familiar with Aidan names. Is she? I'm sorry for this mistake. I would like to say at this point that it is this case that we have just heard is really a classical example of how we have heard of during the last 2 days, how groundwater withdrawal continues increasing for several sectors. In this case, it is the business sector, tourism, and others, agricultural sector as well. And as a friend of mine used to say in Spain, I mean, this is groundwater for the benefit of humanity, and is indeed the case. What we see in here, however, is that there is pressure on the resource, and I like what Madame T has said about including other factors, not only groundwater levels and pumping, but factors such as the socioeconomic factors in our regions as important as Tahiran. We will see if we have time to discuss this further at the end of this session. So let me move on with the next video. And this will be delivered by Rafiatun Nayem, who is a Dhaka Bar Association advocate, advocate, I believe. He will be, or I hope he will be speaking about sovereignty over shared groundwater and the reasons for cooperation. Again, a very important topic in this theme that we are discussing now. So may I have the video, please?
Good day everyone, this is Rafiatun Naeem. The topic of this presentation is Sovereignty over Shared Water, Reason for Cooperation. In the scenario of shared water, the question that comes to mind is how a state would use water resources as opposed to the right of a co-sharing state over the same water. Under international water law, principle of equitable and reasonable utilization, principle of no significant harm, general principle of cooperation, and obligation to exchange information are the principles that govern this matter. In 2008, International Law Commission adopted the draft articles on transboundary aquifers that contemplates the rights and duties of state in the context of groundwater. Article 3 of the draft articles recognizes sovereignty of a state over the portion of a transboundary aquifers located within its territory. It also stipulates that the exercise of sovereignty must be in accordance with international law as well as the present draft articles. Article 3 generates two reactions. First, that the inclusion of sovereignty principle brings back the narrative of absolute sovereignty and weakens the momentum of cooperation gained so far under international water law. The second reaction is cautiously optimistic, that considers good faith interpretation of Article 3 discredits absolute sovereignty as it requires exercise of sovereignty in accordance with international law as well as the draft articles. Both these reactions assumes that there is a conflicting relationships between international cooperation and sovereignty principle. This presentation looks into whether there can be a third interpretation of sovereignty principle that strengthens cooperation. The preamble to the draft articles mentions UN General Assembly Resolution 1803 of 1962, which means that the sovereignty recognized in the draft articles is the permanent sovereignty of state over its natural resources. It has long been established under international law that permanent sovereignty embodies a balance of rights and duties, and indisputably, the duty to recognize the correlative rights of other states over transboundary resources and due diligence towards achieving equitable apportionment and uses of these resources is part of the concept of permanent sovereignty. Furthermore, Article 3 of Charter of Economic Rights and Duties of States of 1974 specifically provides how states would share natural resources. Article 3 implies four things. First, in exploitation of shared natural resources, states must cooperate. Second, cooperation must be based on a system of information and prior consultation. Third, final goal of cooperation must be optimal use of resources. Fourth, legitimate interest of other states cannot be harmed through exploitation of shared natural resources. It clearly shows, in case of sharing resources, permanent sovereignty includes the notion of equitable utilization, principle of cooperation, principle of no harm, and principle of exchange of information within its content. Therefore, no state can legally claim permanent sovereignty over its portion of transboundary aquifer and at the same time deny its obligation to co-sharing states under principle of equitable and reasonable utilization, principle of no significant harm, principle to exchange information, and general principle of cooperation. Being part of customary international law, understanding of permanent sovereignty can greatly influence negotiation on shared water. Interpreting sovereignty principle as permanent sovereignty based on General Assembly Resolution 1803 of 1962 with a reference to Article 3 of Charter of Economic Rights and Duties of 1974 can guide international negotiation on shared groundwater towards greater cooperation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much indeed. And once again, I really apologize. Made another mistake. I'm very bad with names. This is an extremely interesting case. I mean, the question asked is of a lot of relevance. I hope we have time to discuss this a little bit more in depth later on. Absolute sovereignty versus good faith. What a question. Anyhow, so let's move on to our next and last presentation of today, and it's also a video. I'd like to introduce Ahmed Muhammad Ghali, who is a project management expert in the Lake Chad Basin Commission. May I have the video, please?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ghali. As I submitted this paper to discuss on the governance of transboundary aquifer, in other words, by strengthening cooperation among the Nubian Sandstone sub-regional states. These sub-regional states are Libya, Egypt, Sudan, and Chad are the members of Nubian Sandstone. So the governance is to look at the needs of each state to feed its people. Libya had access to Nubian Sandstone that draws water from there that feed its states. Now, Chad needs swimming water to also feed the Lake Chad that is drying up through interbasin water transfer. The former idea to transfer water from River Ubangi in Democratic Republic of Congo, which is almost 2,500 kilometers here, shows that it has its environmental consequences as well as biodiversity consequences. So this idea does not meet the needed requirement as we are currently facing climate change problem in the region and drought also. When those ideas being mooted, this idea of climate change was not taken into consideration. This is how in 1972 Lake Chad Basin was blue. Sufficient water for fishing, farming, grazing, and otherwise agriculture. So the economic system was really thriving in this period. Unfortunately, this is what it happened to become in 1990. The idea of Lake Chad drying up did not start recently because the region has faced drought in the 70s and the 80s, which affected the Lake Chad drying up tremendously. You will be surprised by 2021, this is the latest picture of Lake Chad drying up, which is had really shrink tremendously and is causing serious economic problems. In other words, looking at method and ways for recharging Lake Chad Basin Commission, River Benue and River Niger was mooted as an idea to transfer water from these two rivers to Lake Chad. However, the two rivers has their own benefits, but cannot meet the required, needed fresh water for recharging the Lake Chad Basin Commission. The Nubia Sandstone came in mind, and the reserves of water in Nubia Sandstone is more than that of other rivers, and it has been existing for the past million years underground. So we look at the better option of this Nubia Sandstone to transfer water from there through piping this water and to recharge it will be the best option for recharging Lake Chad Basin region through water diplomacy with these countries, Egypt, Libya, Sudan, and of course the host country of Lake Chad Basin Commission, that is Chad, to involve in other diplomatic system. If this idea is accepted and taken into critical considerations, then the Lake Chad drying up problem will be solved through this method. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right, so this concludes all presentations of this session this morning. I am not sure if all presenters are online. I hope at least Stefano and Jenny are online. And I have a list of questions here from the public, but I've seen as we move on, I saw that some of them have already answered. So if you have, thank you so much indeed. If you okay, I see that some of you are online. If you have not, I see here on from the public at least one that will be practically, specifically directed to Stefano, and then I perhaps will prompt up a little bit more discussion with a couple of other questions after this. Stefano, can you read it? May I, or do I need to read it for you?
No, in fact, Alfonso, I read it already. Okay. And I refrained from typing in my answer because I think that this is, something that merits, a discussion in the open, if you like.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
So, the question is, isn't it time, in view of the importance of the UN draft articles on the law of transboundary aquifers, the participant asks, isn't it just about time that the UN draft articles are elevated, to the level of a legally binding instrument, essentially? Well, this has been, I would say, a discussion ongoing for a very long time, in and out and outside of the United Nations General Assembly. In fact, you may recall that the participant who raised this question and others, recall that the UN draft articles, a text, was not approved. It was appended to a United Nations resolution adopted in 2008. But the resolution itself does not have a binding effect. The resolution essentially commends the draft articles to the attention of governments and leaves essentially to the goodwill of governments, of states, to abide by certain principles and central rules. Now, that being said, it is also true that the core draft articles that I mentioned in my presentation are legally binding per se. Never mind that. What about, the entire, body of the draft articles, which is not just 4 articles embodying 4 principles, but it's about 20 or so articles, that provide a lot more, detail and reach out into rather unconventional, maybe, areas of customary international law. The issue is still, I don't know, it's still being debated, and probably it's probably premature, because there is not enough. There seems to be not enough will on the parts of states to take up this instrument and decide that yes, we approve it and we adopt it as a convention, for instance, like the United Nations Convention on the Law of International Watercourses, which was adopted formally. Probably, I'm afraid we are still, there's still quite a lot of mileage, if you like, to be covered before we get to that point. What counts to me is the fact that the draft articles are on the agenda of the United Nations General Assembly. They have been since their adoption in December 2008. They have been reiterated at subsequent UNGA resolutions, and they are again up for, if I'm not wrong, discussion and deliberation when? At this session or the next session, I can't remember. So the issue is there. It is being, held to the, upfront to the attention of the world community of states, but I'm afraid there is not enough political will to move beyond what the draft articles are nowadays, i.e., a source of guidance and inspiration, non-binding, except for the core principles of customary international water law, which are binding anyway. But I don't want to confuse you all with this distinguish. And also, Alfonso, before you move on, now, if there are, see if there are questions, because if there are none, then I do have a few questions for the speakers.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. In brief, I gather from you that the issue is on the table of the United Nations, and second, your own take on it is that you are not in the moment able to say your own opinion on it, which is understandable.
No, I do have an opinion. Oh no, I do have an opinion. Yes, but I refrained from it. What I'm saying is the state of affairs. That, in my opinion, there is not enough political backing and will. But maybe Jenny also.
Yes. That is correct. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Yeah. Please stay. And I know all of you are. We have minutes to discuss. Please stay, because if you have questions for the others, the others also have questions for you. So please stay. I would like, before I move on with the order of the day, I would like to just list three things that I heard today from Jenny and the others. And I think that somehow they are interrelated. But I must admit, I am not a lawyer. I'm a hydrogeologist. I have learned from the Stefano and other lawyers, but by far not understand everything. And I think for the sake of understanding all over, the public as well, it will be good that we discuss. Give me 1 second. I would like to mention that what we heard from Lenny, for example, very interesting indeed. Kind of took me a little bit also to the cases that you yourself, Stefano, presented, and also what we heard about Djibouti and so on. So what I'm saying is that somehow, I don't know, I had to frame this. So the AF59 is a transboundary aquifer so far defined in the IGRAP map. And you, Jenny, are saying, well, what is it? The question is it cross transfer of water or is it a TBA on that? I know the question is fair from the point of view of the law or from the point of view of governance, perhaps. But what about from the point of view of understanding, the knowledge, what I mentioned earlier? I don't want to use the word transfer because this is a bit difficult, but it's a cross. If it is a transboundary aquifer, obviously, it's the same aquifer. But because you have a jurisdictional boundary separating the aquifer, then there's still movement of water, the natural movement of water. So what is the take? Should we should we consider this as a transfer from one place to the other? Or do you suggest that more data and information clearly indicates whether this groundwater belongs to the same transboundary aquifer? And I'm saying this because you mentioned 500 meters. So clearly that will be like bedrock and perhaps is fossil water. Can you say something, or somebody say something? Perhaps Jenny or?
Yes, so let me start. Thank you very much. And I raised my hand also because I really wanted to just follow up on some of the things that Stefano said. So the question here is, well, just to take a step back. We have one water supply project in a site which is in itself not clearly delined, not clearly established where the recharge zones are. Are they only within Ethiopia? Are they also possibly in Somalia? Definitely in different regional states of Ethiopia. That we know. But then we also have very close to the project site, the well field, we also have this transboundary aquifer, which we don't know the exact boundaries are. So we are speculating that there might be a hydraulic connection between the two. And if we are correct, and this we can only say after more studies, more in-depth such, including where we listen to the local residents of this area. And we're talking about a very large area, of course, not only the very well field, but to learn whether we are in fact talking about one and the same aquifer system. And if so, the draft articles would be of interest, for instance, because there we have the definition of aquifer systems that would apply. But it could also be that we look into the future, and there have been explorations, there have been investigations, state-of-the-art such, lots of money has been invested in this, and it's found that no, there is no connection. These are different aquifers, different aquifer systems. They are not connected whatsoever. And then you could call the water project, water supply project, for transfer, export, hydro solidarity, sharing. And still we have those principles of international cooperation that still tell us what those two states plus China plus the world should do to further such international cooperation. We have the human rights system that underpins the international law in general there. So about that, we simply don't know yet, and maybe we will never know, because, as Stefano said, there is this need for political will. Of course, first and foremost from Ethiopia and Djibouti, possibly also from China, because they are, some would say that, oh, the elephant in the room is China bringing in such a huge FDI here. In whose interest would it be to establish that we do have a hydraulic connection between the water supply project and the TVA? That's not so certain. We actually don't know yet. And maybe the political willingness is very, very low to establish this, because it would come with some implications then in terms of international law and customary international law that would apply. And in the future, if the draft articles are indeed becoming a binding treaty, then that would apply as well.
Right.
And maybe that's not in the interest of everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jenny. We can say a lot on this, and there are many subjects I would like to touch upon, even if we are brief. Thank you so much. I think there was something I heard. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I'd like to perhaps Stefano can clarify this, or somebody else. I think it was Rafiatun who mentioned, or who put on the table the issue of absolute sovereignty versus good faith. I don't know if I understand this, but absolute sovereignty, and I believe she was mentioning the fact that you cannot keep it on one side, absolute sovereignty versus good faith. Stefano, maybe you can easily clarify this for us or for me at least, or.
Yes, if you like, but I can see, Alfonso, I can see the hand of the speaker who is on the screen. He has had his hand raised for some time now. So perhaps you should give precedence to him.
Okay.
The speaker, I mean, from Lake Chad, I believe. At least this is what I can see from my screen. But, I defer to you. I'm just flagging this to your attention. But then I'll be happy to address the issue of sovereignty, if you like.
Okay. Right. So we perhaps we also have some more technicalities. I'm not so sure when Sangam Shrestha mentioned the framework they are using in Asia on groundwater governance framework and indicators. And I know that you had a question, and I know that you already answered the questions online, but we didn't see it on the public. So can you give us a little bit of more practicalities, so to speak, on the application of this framework, if you are still online? Sangam Shrestha? Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. In fact, one of the motivations to develop this groundwater governance index is to really quantify what is the status of the groundwater governance in the transboundary aquifers in the Asian region. So we develop a framework which consists of at least 4 dimensions, and it consists of technical dimensions, legal and institutional dimension. It consists of the other 2 dimensions. So when we quantify the groundwater governance, we can know that whether the groundwater governance is, at the incipient stage or at the acceptable state or optimal stage. So once we know that, the governance is at the incipient stage, probably the concerned authority, for example, Ministry of Water Resources or Ministry of the concerned other stakeholders can know that, okay, the governance is at the incipient stage and what are the components they need to strengthen, right? So, and after that, they can work for the strengthening the different component of the groundwater governance. So, in fact, we are still developing this framework, and we will be applying this framework within one project that we are conducting now. Yeah, thank you very much.
We cannot hear you. I cannot hear you.
I'm sorry. Yes, I noticed. I just noticed. Let's try to be brief in this and use another 3 to 5 minutes for a few questions here. I am very sorry. I cannot see on the screen, but a hand was raised by, I believe it was Ria Fatum, that he wanted to say something, and I missed it. If you are here, please go ahead. You wanted to say something. I can't see the hand. No? She's no longer...
Hello.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
am I audible? Yes. So, can I address this question, or should Professor Burki could address it? The conflict between absolute sovereignty and good faith implication of. Should I address it, or should Professor Burki could address it? So what I understood that you had some confusion on regarding the issue raised by sovereignty and sovereignty on permanent sovereignty over natural resources, and what I speak about the opportunity for cooperation that it may bring So should I elaborate on it? That was what I wanted to ask, actually. So should I elaborate on it? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Is this? I'm not sure. Is a specific question to somebody or?
No.
Stefano.
No, it's the other way around, Alfonso. It's the other way around because the lady here would like to offer her own elaboration on the question that you posited about,
Right.
And in which I will be very happy to defer because she's the one who presented and she's the one who should answer your question.
Exactly. Yes. Very good. I also saw Mr. Gali perhaps raising his hand. I'm not so sure. I can't see very far from here. Did you have something in mind, Mr. Gali, that you wanted to mention or say?
Yes, I have something in mind, sir. It's like what Ms. Jenny just explained in respect to aquifer governance and cooperation among nations. There are aquifers that are not transboundary, but there are aquifers that are transboundary. But in respect to the Nubian sandstone, one of the oldest aquifers in the world is a transboundary aquifer that occupies the space of Libya, Egypt, Sudan, and Chad. And the reserve of fresh water in that groundwater is quite in very large volumes. And it will equally help the recharging of Lake Chad, and the proximity of it is also very, very meaningful than going that way far away to bring just only 3% of water to recharge Lake Chad. It will damage the environment and other consequences are there. But I see the absence of cooperation among the states of Nubian sandstone. Since 1992, it has not been meaningful for them to cooperate in respect to governance of this aquifer. Libya is one of the beneficiaries of that aquifer of Nubian sandstone, where it drew water from there to Benghazi. And since then, Libya has been very, very flourishing in terms of agriculture and other economic activities from that aquifer. But why shouldn't Lake Chad have access to similar water to recharge Lake Chad for easy accessibility as well as economic benefit for the people of the region? This is what I want Professor Stefanos to shed more light in respect to the law, international law of a groundwater charter. We need it, and it has to help the region in accessibility, not a matter of sovereignty in this regard, but it has to do with governance and cooperation among the states. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Clearly, governance and cooperation are the issues. Thank you. I think I will open the floor now for the last few minutes on questions between yourselves. And I know Stefano has some. Perhaps somebody else has some for the other speakers. So Stefano, go ahead. You had some questions.
Well, yes, I had a issue, but I would like also to answer briefly the question raised or the comment made by the last speaker about the value of the Nubian sandstone aquifer as a contributor to resolving the Lake Chad, drying up problem. Well, you see, when from your presentation, there's one big actor missing in the picture, and that's Nigeria. Nigeria is represented on the LCBC, on the Lake Chad Basin Commission, but Nigeria is, a net contributor to the problem of Lake Chad. So, if you want to bring in and consider, to my mind at least, if you want to seriously consider the Nubian sandstone aquifer as a possible contributor to resolving the problem of Lake Chad, I mean, there has to be a very strong effort made to enlarge if you like, the group of stakeholders involved at the level of government. I'm talking about government stakeholders, let alone, the local stakeholders or the subnational stakeholders, because the issue is larger. It goes beyond the confines of the aquifer itself and of the Lake Chad Basin itself. I don't know what I don't know, because I'm speaking off the cuff, if there are hydraulic connections underground between the lake and the aquifer. However, the fact remains that there's this big player in the game, which is Nigeria, which is party to the Lake Chad Basin Commission, but also a very powerful regional individual player. And to my mind, it's important to bring in a larger perspective, if you like, and include all the stakeholders involved, at least at national level, if not regional, in order to give serious follow-up to this scenario that you have presented, the scenario of the Numbes aquifer contributing to alleviating the problem of Lake Chad, which is somewhere else, although it's
thank you thank you so much, Stefano, for these comments. And I'm very sorry. I'm going to have to close this session. We have I've been called to your attention. We extended a little bit too much. I really appreciate very much that you stay in here today, your insights, your presentations, and of course, the answers to the questions. Very rich indeed. And I'm sure we will be meeting again someday in the near future. Thank you again. Thank you so much. And this is the end of session 10. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye, Alfonso. I'm sorry.
Goodbye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Goodbye. Thank you so much.
Was to last longer. God, I misread the date of closing, the hour of closing, the closing time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Sorry for
everybody.
Taking up too much time. Okay.
I would like to invite the participants after a short lunch break, at least a lunch hour here in Paris, to join us at 1:30 for panel number 5 on the draft articles on the law of transboundary aquifers and do they hold water. That's the discussion starting on this afternoon, and I hope to see you all there. See you soon then. Thank you.
What time, Rita?
So, Mr. Chair, over to you, and I wish you all a great session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let me start off by saying that this panel will focus on the draft articles on the law of transboundary aquifers. The draft articles were submitted by the UN International Law Commission to the UN General Assembly in 2008. At the time, they were reviewed by the General Assembly and then commended to the attention of UN member states for their consideration. The draft articles were then reviewed again by the General Assembly in 2011, 2013, 2016, and 2019. Each time, the articles were discussed in the context of ongoing transboundary groundwater relations around the world, and then tabled again for further considerations at a subsequent meeting. And they are again scheduled to be on the General Assembly's agenda in the fall of 2022. So why have the draft articles not made it past any kind of preliminary review by the UN General Assembly? What is their value and status under international law? The panel will explore the relevance and usefulness of the draft articles as mechanisms for promoting cooperation over transboundary groundwater resources. We have an excellent group of experts assembled here to consider and debate the value, usefulness, implementability, and indeed the future of the draft articles. The panel will be conducted in a roundtable discussion format. With us today are Pilar Carolina Vilar, Professor of Environmental and Water Law at Universidad Federal de Sao Paulo in Brazil. We also have Laura Movia, lecturer, University of Vigo in Spain. David Devlaminic, lecturer at the School of Law in Chongqing University in China. And Imad Ibrahim, professor at the College of Law Center for Law and Development in Qatar University in Qatar. So we only have a limited amount of time, so let's get straight to the discussion. Imad, let me begin with you. From your perspective, what is the relevance and value of the draft articles and the norms that are proposed in those draft articles? And let me say, to whom are they of value?
Thank you, Gabriel, for the question. And good afternoon or good morning to everybody in the panel and for everybody else. After doing some analysis of the draft articles over the years, I would say they serve as a guideline initially for states, because if we take into consideration that there is only 4 or 5 transboundary aquifer agreements, the draft articles serve as a good start as guidelines for states looking to establish such agreements the following years. Why I say as guidelines, because there are plenty of shortcomings that must be addressed and which were examined previously by various experts. So at this stage, unless they are amended, I would say they serve as a guidelines because of that.
All right, thank you. Pilar, you've looked at the Guarani aquifer in particular. Do you see value for the draft articles in that context to the countries overlying the Guarani?
Thanks, Gabriel, for the question. Yes, I think that draft articles are starting points to stimulate cooperation and specific include groundwater international law. In the case of Guarani, draft articles were included in the preamble of the agreement, and the agreement of Guarani reassure all the principles of international water law. Even thought the draft articles and the Guarani agreement put emphasis on sovereignty. This was limited by the other international water law principles. And also we can say that they are a little bit stuck at even the Guarani aquifer and the draft articles. But I think that is a kind of natural process, because if we look at the history of water resources, states present a resistance in committed in water resources. Check the number of signatory countries of the Water Course Conventions. Well, in Latin America, none of them. So I think that transboundary aquifers have to face this challenge of face the questions of this natural resistance of states, and also a lack of sense of priority and urgency, which is based on these multi-dimensions of groundwater invisibility. Groundwater is not only natural invisibility, it has social, political, juridical invisibility. So I think the draft articles will not have an easy path, but they represent an important landmark or important guidelines in this need to build the sense of priority and urgency between states about transboundary aquifers.
Thank you. So, David, you heard Pilar talking about the draft articles as being maybe a little bit stuck, and then she explained why they might be stuck. They're invisible. They're difficult to, the concept of groundwater sometimes is difficult to understand, and so on. I mean, what's your perspective on the relevance of these draft articles today in 21st century as between countries?
Well, I certainly agree that they can act as guidelines for states who are establishing their own transboundary aquifer agreements. However, I do have some serious concerns about the draft articles on transboundary groundwaters, as they have, although in many ways they reflect the current status of international water law generally. So we see that they have equitable and reasonable use. We see that they contain the due diligence obligation not to cause significant harm. But there's also quite a few issues with them in ways that, while they do represent, for example, the Watercourses Convention and take a similar approach, they also diverge from the Watercourses Convention and the Water Convention in some ways. For example, Article 3, which contains mention of sovereignty, which is not found in either of the global water conventions, but is found in the draft articles, could kind of provide some confusion for states as to as how best to implement this kind of guidance in their own transboundary aquifers, and the relationship between the draft articles and any guidance that might come from them and the other global water conventions. So while I do agree that they can act as guidance, I would hesitate to say that states should take them as a whole and just adopt them as they are in their own transboundary aquifers.
Yeah, I think the issue of sovereignty is really interesting, and I hope we have time to get back to it. But I want to maybe ask Laura something a little more fundamental. Do the draft articles represent customary law? You heard David talking about that they do reflect some principles that you find in the UN Watercourses Convention and customary international law for water law generally, but do they actually reflect customary law for transboundary aquifers? Laura.
Thank you, Gabriel, for this question. I think this is a key point when we talk about this text, because unlike the UN Watercourses Convention, I really think that this text do not reflect customary law as such. It was, at the moment it was made, it was a work of progressive development, because we didn't really have enough practice between states, enough customary law to be reflected on that text. That said, I think there are some obvious principles contained in the text that are customary law in general, like, of course, no harm or cooperation when we talk about natural shared resource, be it water, be it any other kind of shared resource. And if we look to more specific dispositions, it's hard to say, because we still don't have enough practice between states, but probably those dispositions dealing with exchange of data and information, and even with the establishment of joint institutions for that purpose, to exchange data and information and for monitoring aquifers, probably we can see them as at least emergent customary law, because they are present in most of the few agreements that we have on specific transboundary aquifers, and we have an increasing practice of exchange of data information, even when we don't have an agreement. So probably that's the only provision that it's becoming emerging as customary law. That's how I see them.
Right. So, Imad, you just heard Laura talk about or suggest that the draft articles do not represent the current status of customary law for transboundary aquifers, but maybe as emerging norms. You've done work on the Nubian sandstone aquifer. I'm wondering if you see any lessons from that experience that would suggest that, yes, there are norms, there are principles for the management, cooperation, governance of transboundary aquifers that can be looked to as evidence that either it's a more emerging or has arrived as international law.
Well, first, before I answer this question, I would have to point out that no matter what instrument is adopted at the international level, at one point, it will not be updated anymore, and we will need to have a new instrument. So we may be discussing the fate of the draft articles, but the draft articles was adopted in 2008. Since then, many things happened and occurred and took place. So one might even argue that this discussion is long overdue, or actually we need to move forward. But what I'm trying to say here is that even if we adopt the perfect agreement, at one point we need to update it, or we have to adopt a new agreement on water, whether it's transboundary aquifers or water courses. So just to give the background for that. Regarding the question, I would say for the Nubian sandstone, again, we make a division between countries who have no idea about or never did actual governance practices of transboundary aquifers and those who did. So in the context of the Nubian sandstone, the 4 Arab countries had plenty of issues, plenty of problems. They did not have an actual agreement that has substantive provisions. So in this context, the draft articles play, the principles within the draft articles play a very important role in case these 4 Arab countries, for instance, decide to use them to start drafting a model agreement for them, because so far we have more procedural agreement on that. I would not potentially say the same thing if we take other countries that are much more developed in terms of their water practices, what be it transboundary aquifers or water course. But that's, again, more specific to this Nubian sandstone aquifer.
But you mentioned something that earlier in your response, that they need to be updated. What do you mean by that? These are supposed to be sort of a framework, principles, right? I mean, do you see them as not representing the proper framework for managing transboundary or governing transboundary aquifers?
Well, first, going back to the question of sovereignty, there is the entire controversy of what's the meaning of sovereignty. So by updated, I would probably use the more precise term, which is amending them to reflect all the criticism that was adopted in the literature concerning that being sovereignty or other things. For instance, as it was mentioned already, there is a lot of conversations and developments concerning big data, data information exchange that did not exist 10 years ago. So all these can be reflected in this context. And I might just mention the experience I'm having, for instance, now within a transboundary aquifer between Botswana and South Africa. They're using a lot of investments from IBM and Google and the Water Research Commission there to understand how big data and AI can be used to enhance water cooperation in the context of the transboundary aquifer. So all this was not mentioned before within international water law because they didn't exist. So all this should be taken into consideration. And I'm pretty sure the other speakers have other ideas on how to update or amend the draft articles to take into consideration the current situation.
So maybe this is a good time to bring in the issue of sovereignty. Pilar, if I remember correctly, the Guarani Aquifer Agreement does reference sovereignty over at least a portion of the aquifer that lies underneath each country. And I recall years ago in discussions that the Guarani Aquifer states were very concerned about what the term international meant or shared meant with regard to sovereignty. I mean, can you elaborate on the perspective from South America?
Yeah, well, in the case specific of Guarani, the agreement puts emphasis on sovereignty in different perspectives. It has a sovereignty over the other states outside the Guarani Aquifer area. That's one point. The other point is Guarani, they put the emphasis on sovereignty over each portion of the Guarani in each state. And the third point is that they put emphasis on sovereignty on the management and laws and, how can I say, the management of the aquifer of each one of the states. So we have 3 dimensions of this sovereignty: a sovereignty to the states outside Guarani area, and the sovereignty between the states in the Guarani area, and the sovereignty over the management of each state. The question of sovereignty, I think it's very popular, but other international conventions bring sovereignty. I think sovereignty is something that is very important in Latin America. Actually, Paraguay refuses the agreement in 2012 because it's interpreted that the agreement compromises its sovereignty over the Guarani. Of course, it was not the main point, the central issue here. The central issue was the political situation of Paraguay that was suffering the impeachment of President Lugo and our question related to Mercosur. So in the end, sovereignty there, it was used as the main element, but it was not the main element. The main element was a previous condition of the Paraguay states. I also would like to point that, okay, I think that international, when we say principles of international water law, we're talking about water, surface or groundwater. So I really think that we can say that we have a custom. The problem is that we have this custom over groundwater and not aquifers. And then the question is, we can extend those principles of international water law to the geological formation. And Guarani has something very interesting at this point, because we're talking about a huge aquifer, but in the end, transboundary issues of the Guarani are very limited. So in the case of the Guarani, makes a lot of sense put this emphasis on sovereignty, because what happens here in Ribeirão Preto, which is the city that I live, which is a case of overexploitation, will not have transboundary effects to the other countries. However, what happens in Salto or Rivera or Concordia can have these transboundary issues. In this case, we have an international law. So I think that this emphasis on sovereignty makes a lot of sense when not the whole aquifer have transboundary issues, but sometimes just a small portion, like is in the case of Guarani, and you have other cases like that. It's not only Guarani, because in the end, the flux of water is very slowly. So the idea is just some kilometers of the border areas that you have these transboundary issues.
Thank you, Pilar. David, I think you were the one who brought up sovereignty originally. So let me throw that back at you. I mean, you see Pilar here talking about sovereignty as maybe, I almost want to say a positive thing from the perspective of Latin America, or at least maybe not positive, at least necessary.
Justified.
Whereas justified. Okay, justified. And Maud, I think, gave maybe a little more skeptical perspective of sovereignty. What do you think, David? And of course, we don't have sovereignty in the Watercourses Convention or the UNECE Convention. How does it fit here? David?
Sorry, my apologies. I think my computer briefly left the meeting, so I didn't know the question was addressed to me.
Yeah.
The issue and the way that I might respond to some of the concerns that Pilar has illustrated is that while it might be appropriate in specific aquifer agreements, I wonder, and I want to ask the question, if it's appropriate for having this kind of provision in what would be a framework agreement that would then be applied or could be specific guidance for aquifers all around the world. So whereas the Watercourses Convention, the Water Convention don't have this kind of provision, they are also framework conventions, so it wouldn't limit other states from including these types of provisions in their transboundary surface water agreements, although we don't see that very often. My apologies, since I kind of cut out there, could you please just repeat the second half of the question?
Well, I was just thinking in terms of the importance of the concept of sovereignty in the context of transboundary aquifers. Pilar was saying that they were justified, at least from a South American, at least for the perspective of the four countries overlying the Guarani. I think Imad had a slightly more skeptical view, and I just wanted to get your sense of the notion of sovereignty being applied to transboundary aquifers when we were talking earlier about, well, customary international law and the UN Watercourses Convention does not include sovereignty. The UN ECE Convention does not include sovereignty. But all of a sudden here for the draft articles, we have them. David? Oh, I think we may have lost David. Well, Laura, are you there? Oh, David, are you there? Okay. And I think did we also lose Laura? David, did you hear the question?
Yeah, sorry. I switched my internet connection, so hopefully that issue is resolved. Okay. I think what I'd just like to add is that when we're looking at the Watercourses Convention and the Water Convention and talking about transboundary surface waters, it doesn't necessarily make sense to have sovereignty over the specific water resource. So this is a water resource that is moving from one country to another country. So how can you possibly have articles, and you look at the definition of aquifer or aquifer system in the draft articles, it talks about both the, it's the hydrological formation, so the rock formation, but also the water resource itself. So it provides a little bit of confusion in regards to what you actually have sovereignty over. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I am certain that the other panelists might have more of a hydrological understanding, but groundwater also in some ways flows in similar ways and moves around in the same way that surface water does. So how can we possibly have sovereignty over a resource that is not always staying in one place, which is the case in many different transboundary aquifers?
Well, I think that begs the question then. Hopefully we'll get Laura back. Imad, I mean, are we looking at groundwater or should we be looking at groundwater or should we be looking at aquifers? Which one should we be looking to regulate and manage?
Well, the question that begs actually is which part the state can actually have jurisdiction over. Is it water or the geological formation? So what's the stable element there? In this context, it's the geological formation, which means it's the aquifer. Water is constantly flowing. And once the water crosses transboundary borders, the state no longer has jurisdiction over that, be it surface water or groundwater. So in practice, the state has sovereignty only over the geological formation, which makes sense in the context of the draft articles. So, but the confusion is that, as David said, it also includes groundwater. That's where the confusion is. So if you want to follow the idea that, legally speaking, from the jurisdiction perspective, a state only has sovereignty over the jurisdiction or its own territory, then it has to go with the aquifer idea or definition. That's how I see it, at least.
Okay, and Laura,
I agree with Matt.
Please. Okay, so you agree that sovereignty over the aquifer, but we're managing the groundwater. Is that correct? Okay.
Sovereignty over the rock formation, because
Okay. I think it's an important distinction because I think this is an issue that needs to have a better understanding. We don't have the notion of sovereignty in the UN Watercourses Convention, and we don't usually talk about sovereignty over the bed and banks, right? The channel. But here we're now focusing and maybe hyper focusing on sovereignty in the context of the draft articles and transboundary aquifers. So I think this is something that needs to be further developed. Laura, wanted to ask you something emerging from this. I mean, what's the point or what's the distinction between groundwater versus aquifer? How should we be managing these two or not, or should we be only looking at one of them? And is international law understanding the difference?
Oh, okay, good question. I think that we need to look together to the geological formation and the groundwater, because as you already know,
an aquifer is not an underground river. It's usually, water contained in porous or fractures in the soil. So it's not so easy to distinguish one from the other, from a functional perspective and from a legal perspective. And of course, what happens on the soil is going to influence the groundwater. So I really think we need to address them together, both technically and legally. And coming back to the debate on sovereignty, maybe I'm going to be a bit controversial here, but, of course, sovereignty applies on the geological formation, but I don't see it as such a big deal applying it to groundwater, because if I know this has caused a lot of discussion among scholars, and some even say that this is contrary to the evolution of international water law. But if you look to what Article 3 says, it's not claiming an absolute sovereignty on the aquifer or on groundwater. It's a limited sovereignty. It's something very logical. It's limited by the other dispositions of the draft articles and by general international law. So it's limited by probably equitable and reasonable utilization, no harm, cooperation, exchange of data, and so forth. It's true that the UN Water Convention does not mention sovereignty, but I think it's implied. I mean, of course, states don't lose sovereignty over the resources that are shared. That sovereignty, as I see it at least, is just limited by the fact that it's a shared resource, so they need to cooperate, to exchange data, and to talk to each other, of course, but I don't see that they technically lose sovereignty over that resource. So I don't really see that as such a big deal. We need just to be aware that it's, of course, a limited sovereignty because it's a shared resource. What is more, I really think that having that express reference in a text, it can be even helpful. Some states may prefer that, it may be a more appealing way for those states in order to ratify a treaty or follow these dispositions. I don't know. I don't see it as such a big deal, to be honest.
Well, let me move on to another question. The draft articles were developed after the UN Watercourses Convention came into being, and they were developed not in isolation, but sort of separately from the UN, from watercourses. And there's a question about the potential overlap or lack of cooperation, coordination between the two instruments. And I wanted to ask, maybe we'll start with Imad. I mean, how do you reconcile these, the UN Watercourses Convention, maybe also the UNECE Convention, and then you have a draft articles that are focusing exclusively on transboundary aquifers?
Well, the first issue we need to address is the idea of confined and unconfined aquifers within the UNWC, which is, so you've got the draft articles addressing all types of transboundary aquifers, while the UNWC addressing specific type. So that creates a problem. So either, how do I address this? Either we make it with a blank statement or a new sort of an official statement that the draft articles covers all types of transboundary aquifers regardless of the principles of the UNWC, or one of them has to be amended to reflect and to create synergies with the other one. Which I would say it's easier to amend the draft articles because it's not yet a binding convention.
Okay. Pilar, what do you think from your perspective? We have a very specific draft articles, and then we also have these Watercourse Convention. But of course, in Latin America, South America, none of the countries have joined any of these. So I don't know what your perspective is.
First, I think the Watercourse Convention has a very limited perspective of aquifers. He just takes the flow basis of the river is sustained by an aquifer. So when we're talking, I don't know if there is this term in English, there is flow base. is the contribution of the aquifer to keep the water running in the river. So you just have a river running all the time because you have an aquifer that's supporting water to this river. That's the scope of the Watercourse Convention. You don't protect the whole aquifer, just the water that's connected. And when you're thinking about an aquifer, you have to think in a 3D model. So you have different deeps of this aquifer. So the regional flows will not be connected to this river necessarily, just the local flows will be directly connected. So it's a really, really limited perspective. So that's one point. Watercourse Convention, as the name say, wasn't modeling to aquifers. The other point of view, as I told before, how many states have joined Watercourse Conventions? In the case of Latin America, well, in my case, specifically South America, none of them. So really, we're talking about an instrument. We're taking a lot saying about the draft articles, but the question is, we didn't solve very well the Watercourse Convention. Our surface waters are not globally. And when we're talking about principles of international law, there is a lot of conflicts in the interpretations of this conflict of this international water law principles about equitable use. So we are talking about something that we're constructing. In the case of surface water, it's longer. So I really think that despite this overlapping not necessarily is a bad thing. It's a good thing because we are talking about different things. We're talking about aquifers, and we're talking about connections between river and aquifer, which is something that most of countries have difficult to management in a conjunct way. So I think that in this point, this overlap represents a lot of flaws that we have in our management, and it's an opportunity to explore that and to know it better and to develop research not only in the field of law but in the technical field. In the case of Brazil, we don't know, for example, how much contribution there is in Guarani in the Uruguay River or in the Paraná, because we know that in recharge areas there is some contribution, but we don't know how much. So talking in the Watercourse Conventions, we cannot do this equitable use because we have a lack of knowledge that we don't know even how much of water will be apported to the river. So in this sense, I think this overlap is not necessarily a bad thing. It's a thing that promotes debate, and we need this debate. We are first addressing these questions that were never posed, never were put in the table, and now they are in the table because of draft articles. So I think draft articles shake things and show us the limitations of our management, not only in international level, but also in national level.
Thanks. So David, you just heard Pilar saying that, it's not bad to have this overlap, but from a purely international law perspective, how would you reconcile overlap between, if this becomes a treaty? Let's just say the draft articles becomes a treaty, a convention, formally adopted. What would be the process under international law for overlap? Is this a case of the specific being more relevant than the general, or how would you look at it?
In response to this, I think we could maybe learn some lessons from the Watercourses and Water Convention, which also have significant overlap and kind of developed around the same time frame. So we have the Water Convention from 1992, and then we have the Watercourses Convention, which was adopted in 1997 and then slowly entered into force. They also have a lot of overlap. And we've even seen that over the past few years, there are many states that are now part of both of them, party to both of them. So I also think that it's not such a big deal. I think that there is probably space for kind of the mutual kind of synergies where we could come up between, for example, the draft articles and the Watercourses Convention. or even the draft articles in the Water Convention, which have a much broader scope in terms of their relation to transboundary aquifers. But it would take a lot of significant study from both the scholarly community and probably institutions like UNESCO who might support the draft articles.
Okay, so something that kind of jumps out at me in some of your comments, David, earlier you were trying to defer to some of our colleagues here in terms of maybe the science, and then Pilar was getting really technical, I think, in terms of the aquifer-river relationship. Laura, let me ask you, is this getting too technical, trying to develop international law for something that, can we create laws without getting too deep into the science, or should maybe technicians help develop the law and get the lawyers out of here? I mean, this is getting complicated.
Yeah, for sure. But I really need we need each other. Making a connection with the debate on the final form of the draft articles, I really think it would be very useful to have a convention based on the draft articles, but not just because then the content will be binding. I think that it's becoming less relevant because we know about a lot of soft law instruments that really have the power to influence the behavior of the states. But precisely because of this, because I think we need a living instrument and we need a convention, but not in the sense of the UN Water Courses Convention, but more like the UNSC Water Convention, with an institutional framework that allows, for instance, to have a scientific committee that can support the parties with these so scientific and technical issues. So I really see this topic of transboundary aquifers having a convention with with a permanent secretariat, maybe hosted by UNESCO, why not? Of course, a scientific committee giving that kind of advice to the parties. So that would be ideal, of course, and probably very difficult to achieve because we still need to transform this text into a convention and add that institutional infrastructure. But I think that would be an ideal solution. So we have a living instrument with a conference of the parties that can update it, issue more technical guidelines on more specific issues, and to continue update and exchange practices between states and so forth. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Imad, what do you think in terms of the level of technical knowledge that may be needed to this kind of convention or this kind of treaty if it ever reaches that level?
The entire debate or the entire conversation is happening because lawyers and engineers are not seeing eye to eye. So let's start from here. That's the first problem we're having. Lawyers use certain terminologies, engineers use different technologies, and geologists. We lawyers consider aquifers in a certain way, engineers and geologists, same thing. Even I'm trying to discuss or having research with other engineers and geologists, and we have a different understanding of the technologies we are using. What's an aquifer? What's a water course? What's conjunctive water management? How conjunctive it is? And so once you start listening to each person's different point of view on that, you realize very fast that each read the added value. The added value is where you have a lawyer and a geologist and engineer actually together collaborating to understand exactly from technical perspective what the lawyer can do based on the scientific understanding of the issues you are addressing. And I think that's the main problem for which we had all this controversy from the beginning, even with the drafting of the ILC first drafts from the 80s until now. And so it's time for engineers and geologists and lawyers to sit on the same table and have the same terminologies for all these issues.
Okay. So we're going to be running out of time. I try to get to at least some of the questions that were presented in the questions, at least to address them at least indirectly, if not directly. But one thing I want to ask all of you is, what is your projection? What is your vision? Where are the draft articles going to go? They've been in front of the General Assembly now 5 times. They're going to go up again in 2022. Do they still hold water? Are they still relevant? Are they meeting the needs? I think one of the questions we had in here is, are they actually addressing the needs of nations, of communities, of peoples across borders? Where do you see them going, Pilar?
Oh, I think just the fact that they are being represented, it's something that shows that there is an interest on the subject. Because we have previous resolutions on confined aquifers that they just died in the past. So that is a good thing. They are presenting a lot of this resolution. So it's a good point. I don't think that will be a convention so soon, because it's a very sensible issue. And also, it's something that creates a lot of insecurity on the states. In the case of Latin America, we don't have information about our transboundary aquifers. We don't have good national policies to aquifers. Point. So if we don't have good policies to national aquifers, we don't have a sense of urgency and priority for our national aquifers, how will we have to transboundary aquifers? So I think that's something that states recognize that is important, but they are not doing a good lesson in their own territory. So how they put another complexity that is deal with the complexity of the the other side of the border.
Well, let me push back a little bit on this. Let me ask. Wouldn't it be then appropriate to at least take the international water principles of cooperation and exchange of information, even though you may have not have a lot of information? Wouldn't that be a good principle of law to apply to transboundary aquifers?
I think that cooperation is the principle in the case of transboundary aquifers. Because if you don't have cooperation, you don't even know that you have a transboundary aquifer. You don't know that you have a problem on that transboundary aquifer. So cooperation, for me, is the central principle in all of this debate.
Okay. Well, let me move on because we're going to run out of time. Let me go. David, your projection, prognosis of where the draft articles are going to go?
So I strongly suspect that in 2022, they might have a very similar result as they've had for the past many times, that they will kind of be past the buck down the road again. I personally see that they have quite a few issues with them. There are several issues that we could have discussed, but time is short. Even the special rapporteur who was on the drafting process admits that they need more negotiation and that they need more to fix these textual issues. So I don't see them becoming a convention anytime soon, but I do see that they can provide strong guidance for states to create their own. And as Pilar has shown a lot tonight, that they do have significant relevance for states, and states are paying attention to them. Now, if someone would like to turn them into a convention, I think that there would need to be a significant process of research and study on how to do that. So we had this huge flurry of research that came out in the years after of the draft articles, but since then it's been pretty quiet. If we look at the Watercourses Convention, for example, after it was adopted, there was this huge activity for the many years to come, although it was a very slow process to get to ratifications. There was a huge input from both the scholarly community and different institutions to push them to that line. So if we want to push the draft articles to a convention level, there needs to be strong input from both the scholarly and institutional community, but I'm not convinced that we need to push for the convention.
Okay. Laura, what do you think? Where do you think the draft articles are going? And are there any specific principles that you think are emerging, maybe even on their own, outside of in practice, outside of the draft articles process?
I agree with most of the comments so far. I don't see the draft articles becoming a convention soon, even if I wish so. And probably they are going to remain as guidelines. But I really think that are going to become more, we are going to find more and more references to them. Probably we are going to have also more specific agreements on transboundary aquifer based or inspired by them and referring to them. Maybe even some jurisprudence, why not? Maybe some disputes on transboundary aquifers that suddenly refer to to the dispositions of the draft articles, even if it's just draft articles. I don't know. Let's see. But I really think we are going to see more about this text. I know it's not perfect, but it's a good starting point. And as you said, Gabriel, especially those dispositions about exchange of data and information and cooperation in general, as Pilar was saying, are basic. So that should be the starting.
Imad, you get the last word. Where do you think this is going?
Well, the alternative for not having the draft articles is much worse than having it. So let's start with that premise.
Okay.
If you want to have a convention, if you have countries sharing transboundary aquifers and they want to establish an agreement, which would you prefer? To have a guideline there in charge for them to use it, to follow it, to divert a bit, or not having anything at all, and then they end up in a much more difficult situation. So that's the first premise, that situation is far worse if they did not exist. So based on that, the next question is whether they're going to become a convention in the future. Again, I would say it's better first to deal with the blind spots within the draft articles. For instance, the draft articles does not address the conjunctive management between surface water and groundwater. So if this instrument will become at one point a convention, it's again better to amend it first to take into consideration all the criticisms, and then hoping in the future it will become a convention.
Thank you, Imad. And I think with that, we're going to have to conclude. This was a really lively debate. This is something I would love to do on a more regular basis, because one, you had some really great positions and opinions, some of them disagreeing. This is the kind of debate I think we need. To your point, David and Imad, that we need to continue developing, maybe amending, modifying, exploring the value of the draft articles and how they might be implemented. So I want to thank Pilar Villar, Laura Movia, David Devlamink, and Imad Ibrahim for your contributions to the panel. And I will turn it back to the organizers. Thank you, everybody, and have a good rest of the sessions.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Gabriel, for this very efficient chair. Very good time management indeed. Very interesting discussion. I would like to invite the participants to the two sessions that now follow, two parallel sessions. Session number 12 and 11 on the governance of TBAs. So to follow session 11, participants will need to navigate to that room using the Hoover platform or the YouTube link, which is also in the platform if for some reason it won't be working, or stay in this room for a continuation on the discussion in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. discussing the governance of TBAs and how to strengthen cooperation. This session will be chaired by Mr. Todd Jarvis, an engineer, geologist, and mediator from the Institute for Water and Watersheds at the Oregon State University. I wish you all a pleasant session, and over to you, Todd. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to share this session with you today. There's been a slight change in the order of speakers as well as number of speakers. If you have joined us to listen to Mahal Saman, unfortunately, he cannot join us today. We're going to start with Professor McIntyre on his presentation on the role of convergence in clarifying the boundaries of international law of transboundary aquifers. Each presentation will last about 15 minutes. I will give you a 2-minute warning as we close in on the end of your presentation. We also have 3 flash presentations. They look great, but they will be automatically started by our capable staff at UNESCO. So Professor McIntyre, if you are ready to start your presentation, please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. So just start a timer. I want to take these few minutes to talk about the, let me share my, my presentation. I hope you have that now. I want to take these few minutes to talk to you about the problem or the fear of
Owen,
fragmentation.
apologies for interrupting. Could you please swap between the presenter view and the if you click on display settings on the top, because we are seeing your
sorry, yes,
exactly,
yeah.
and then swap.
Present. Is that better?
It's coming perfect. Thank you so much. Apologies.
Okay, sorry about that. I want to take these couple of moments to talk to you about the problem of fragmentation, or the perceived concern about fragmentation due to divergences, emerging divergences between international law relating to aquifers, transboundary aquifers, and to watercourses more generally. And fragmentation really is a problem of the growing, the expansion and the growing complexity of international law. That as international law becomes more complex, that it's likely to split up into, discrete bodies or subsystems of rules, which move in different directions, if you like, and that don't really inform each other. Now, we have a difficulty, or the potential difficulty has arisen after 2008 with the development of the draft articles on transboundary aquifers by the International Law Commission, because we saw a divergence, some degree of divergence between the rules on international watercourses, the sort of the more established rules on international watercourses, and these newer rules on transboundary aquifers. Now, this is perfectly understandable. We would expect that they should reflect distinct hydrogeological characteristics of aquifers. They should reflect the relative importance of groundwater in respect of satisfying human needs, something that's commonly, underestimated or misunderstood by people working in the broader area of international water law, and also that those specialist rules might reflect greater environmental fragility or vulnerability of groundwaters. Now, as I said, it raises the prospect, however, of fragmentation. And this is due to continually expanding and increasingly specialized body of rules, subdivision into subsystems. And the subdivision into subsystems leads to problems of legal uncertainty and confusion. So the main problem is that we end up uncertain whether general rules, whether we have common rules.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you again, but I think your sound is fluctuating. So maybe if you can make sure that the microphone is somehow close to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Try now.
Hopefully that's a little better. So
yes.
the problem is that we remain uncertain as to whether general rules of the international legal system will apply to all subsystems. Rules on treaty interpretation, rules on state responsibility, rules on legal personality, etc. And we see the seeds of fragmentation in the divergence between rules on transboundary aquifers and the more general rules on international watercourses. Confusion regarding the scope of application. When we look at the definitions of transboundary aquifer, the definitions of international watercourse, there are overlaps and there are gaps left between, so overlaps and lacunae. Of course, the most controversial issue from the draft articles on transboundary aquifers was the spectre of sovereignty, and this was something that many international water lawyers expressed concern about. I did myself at the last ISARM 10 years ago. The spectre of sovereignty combined with a broad definition of aquifer, which included the water contained within the geological structure, because of course that notion of sovereignty has implications of ownership over shared waters, which creates all sorts of other difficulties. The rules on transboundary aquifers appeared to have a greater emphasis on geophysical and hydrological factors in determining equitable and reasonable utilization, which again suggests that the law on transboundary aquifers might be less distributive than the concept of equity employed in law on international watercourses. And likewise, there appeared to be slightly less emphasis on interstate procedural engagement and on procedural rules. And that again might suggest that the concept of equity in the context of transboundary aquifers was more, a given tied to geophysical factors. Also, there appeared to be they appeared a little underdeveloped, considering this was 2008, a little underdeveloped in respect of environmental protection. But there were many positive and progressive aspects to the transboundary, the draft articles on transboundary aquifers. A greater emphasis on what we might consider groundwater relevant factors for equitable and reasonable utilization. Again, we would expect that there should be. Equitable and reasonable utilization is a context-specific paradigm. There was greater emphasis on long-term benefits rather than simply on utilization. Greater emphasis on maintaining or protecting vital human needs, so reflecting the growing discourse from that time on human rights to water and sanitation, etc. Now, the concept of convergence, and convergence we ought to think about it as a systemic antidote to fragmentation. So the concept of convergence in international law is a series of parallel processes, if you like, a phenomenon reflected in parallel processes. So a systemic response to fragmentation, where the fragmentation occurs due to expansion, diversification, and specialization of international law. We can think of it also as an integrative process of, to use the words of Cassese, interpenetration and cross-fertilization across specialist legal subfields. So where rules, paradigms, principles, concepts from one subfield bleed into and influence the development and the evolution of similar concepts and principles in other subfields. So where one subfield informs others. It operates to restrain international law's disintegration and seeks to preserve, operates to help to preserve the requisite degree of systemic unity. What is the requisite degree of systemic unity? It's the unity we need to have a coherent system around these systemic rules, like rules on treaty interpretation, for example. And I would argue that this phenomenon is supported by a number of unrelated institutions, processes, and by the prevalence and predominance of certain subfields themselves within international law. In terms of institutions, if we think of the International Court of Justice, and the International Court of Justice tends, particularly in recent years, to hand down judgments which tend to bind and have binding force between subsystems and across subsystems. And even within the jurisprudence of the International Court, we see evidence of promoting universalism in international law, maintaining systemic integrity. Things like the hostile approach of the court towards regional custom, towards the emergence of distinct regional rules. Similarly, the court's intolerance of self-contained regimes, such as the World Trade Organization or World Trade Law, saying that this is not distinct from other aspects of international law. General principles of international law influence and inform its application. Probably the most obvious body here is the International Law Commission itself. If you think about what the International Law Commission does, the codification and progressive development of international law, it through detailed surveys and reviews of practice, of state practice and treaty practice, it tries to identify universally or generally accepted norms, common positions. So that in itself is a process of convergence. And that process of codification is not solely the preserve of the International Law Commission, also the International Law Association, the Institut de Droit International. Consider, for example, the Helsinki Rules from 1966, this seminal codification, which was the product of the International Law Association. There are also a range of principles, such as the principle of systemic integration, set out in Article 33(1)(c) of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. And this really is a rule of treaty interpretation, which states that in interpreting a treaty rule, that the courts and tribunals ought to have regard to the subsequent commitments of states. And we saw that working in the Kishiganga arbitration, where the 1960 Indus Waters Treaty was interpreted in the light of the subsequent agreements of the parties of Pakistan and India to that dispute, to include, ecological obligations, particularly around environmental flows. And also but there are others. So, for example, things like the comity, other principles like comity between institutions, particularly tribunals, the principle of comity, principles such as the lex specialis principle, so that, within specialist subsystems, it's only a special rule within a broader system. And also, very importantly, the prominence and the pervasiveness of certain subsystems. So we see, rules and values from international human rights law, from international environmental law, permeate into all aspects of, for example, international water law, whether it's to do with aquifers or water courses, and therefore creating a sort of a common framework. So if we look at convergence in international water law more specifically, so despite the scope for fragmentation, where no two aquifers, no two water courses are remotely similar, socially, demographically, politically, ecologically, hydrologically, international water law in this field interacts very intensively with other subfields. We see international water law litigation in the field of international water law borrowing, liberally from international human rights law and from international environmental law. Take the example of the pulp mills case, which recognise the universal requirement for environmental impact assessment, and environmental impact assessment as a key element in informing the obligation of notification. Now remember, notification is common to both the rules on transboundary aquifers and international water courses. So here we have a universal requirement for recognised by the court for EIA, but also a common position on the role of EIA and its central role in notification, that common obligation of notification. So that in itself is a sort of an integrative paradigm. If we look at increasing institutional integration, take a look at the example of Erasicom, where they have developed a multi-country cooperation mechanism for the Stamprate Transboundary Aquifer system. So again, we have river basin organizations taking responsibility for transboundary aquifers within the basin. Similar developments under the International Commission for the Protection of the Danube River in their river basin management plan, and similar initiatives emerging in the Limpopo, the Zambezi, etc. We also have the emergence of rules of hierarchy. And again, that goes back to the predominance of the paradigm of human right to water and sanitation, or human rights, corresponding with vital human needs, which of course is a common value set out under the rules on transboundary aquifers and international water courses. The role of machinery for institutional dialogue, and I'm taking these terms from work on convergence. So if we think in our field of the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Secretariat of the Ramsar Convention, and often these secretariats working together jointly have created a wealth of guidance on ecological maintenance and protection of freshwater ecosystems. Now, that guidance and advice must influence both the rules on transboundary aquifers and international watercourses, and influence them in a common, unifying manner. To take a sort of looking at this question of systemic unity, the secondary systemic rules, Matthew Craven, writing about convergence, identified a number of these elements. And so that despite this context-specific character of international water law with very distinct circumstances for international basins and for transboundary aquifers, international water law resorts again and again and again to universal structural rules of international law, and that's what holds it together. So if we think about, and these are the elements identified, or most of the elements identified by Matthew Craven, speaking generally about convergence, if we think about the source of obligation, the source of obligation in international water law has long been recognized as territorial sovereignty, and this was what made the references to territorial sovereignty in the 2008 draft articles so controversial, because they're so elemental, they're so central to paradigms of international water law. That goes back to Lac La New in 1957. And in terms of treaty interpretation and these principles of contemporaneity in interpreting treaties in Gabjikova and Jimaras, systemic integration, integration, not interpretation, in Kishinganga. The basis of responsibility we saw in the certain activities case on the San Juan River, that the state responsibility was extended to new classes of ecological harm. But we were dealing with the general systemic paradigm of state responsibility, not some special rule in international water law, whether to do with aquifers or river basins. The identity of relevant actors. We see practice, for example, under the 1982 UNEC Water Convention, opening up, expanding to sort of facilitate and cater to public participation, stakeholder participation in a way that reflects developments in general international law. So my point really is that international water law regarding watercourses or aquifers is totally connected to mainstream developments in the overarching system of international law. And that is what will hold it together. That's the process of convergence, which will obviate any distinctions, any specific distinctions emerging, which are perfectly understandable because, of course, these are quite different physical entities. But any discrete divergences or distinctions arising between rules on aquifers and rules on international water law, the systemic integrity, or on watercourses, the systemic integrity will be maintained. So these concerns about fragmentation are likely to be obviated by higher order forces of international law operating to maintain systemic unity more generally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor McIntyre. We've run over just a couple minutes, and that's fine because we have a speaker that has not joined us today. So what I'd like to invite the audience to do is please share any questions you have on the chat. We will collect them and we will answer them after all the speakers have had a chance to present their work. So let's move on to our next speaker, Frida Seitel. Frida is going to speak to us today on the scientific basis for increasing cooperation to preserve long-term groundwater sustainability along the northwestern Mexico-U.S. border.
Hi, good morning.
Yes, thank you for joining us.
Can you see the presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay, sorry. I can share my display. Okay.
Frida, if you prefer, we can share it for you.
Yeah, now it's okay. Can you see?
Thank you.
Okay. So, sorry. Yeah. So today I'm going to present briefly the progress of the work that I'm doing in collaboration with Alfonso Rivera, Eliana Rodriguez, Concepcion Carrion, and Jorge Ramirez. The objective of the work is generate and integrate database to build a unified hydrogeological conceptual model of the lower Colorado Delta aquifer. The framework used to construct the conceptual model of the lower Colorado River Delta aquifer is that proposed at the TREP for the Milk River. And this presentation focuses on the elements inside the rectangle, specifically lithologic model, groundwater flow system, and the water quality. The rest of the elements will be developed later. The study area is in North America, and this aquifer has been recognized by ISARM as Transboundary Aquifer. The map shows the location of the aquifer and its limitation was modified by Ramirez Hernandez. This aquifer is located at the southwest of USA and northwest of Mexico and covers 29,800 square kilometers. This area is characterized for the arid climate. In summer, the temperature can be more than 49 degrees, and in winter is about 0 degrees. This year, the record was 54 degrees in summer. The precipitation is scarce, about 7,200 millimeters per year, and the evapotranspiration.
Frida, apologies for interrupting you. We are still seeing the first initial slide of your presentation.
Oh, sorry.
Let us know if you need some help. We can. Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
The evapotranspiration is about 2,000 millimeters per year. Also, there is a persistent hydrological drought condition in the Colorado River Basin that is part of the study area. So about the historical, social, and economic context, the lower Colorado River Delta aquifer, born of the historical flow from the Colorado River and from the marine sediment of the Gulf of California. This discharge extended throughout the delta and creating recharge for the aquifer. The map of the left side shows the Transboundary basin of Colorado River, and any point of the map indicates dam or reservoir along the river channel. In the graph, you can observe the delimit discharge in the northern and southern international boundary. The northern is upstream the last dam in the river channel, and in the southern is in the limitrofe area between Baja California, Sonora, and Arizona. It is visible how the discharge has been decreased along the time as a result of the hydraulic control of the river. Actually, Mexico received water from the USA according to 1944 US-Mexico Treaty, and this water is received in Morelos Dam. Immediately to this water are put in Mexico. These water are conducted by irrigation channel network, and the river channel is practically dry. Also, to surface water, the groundwater is the other source to water for 5 irrigation valleys: Coachella, Imperial, Mexicali, San Luis Rio Colorado, and Yuma, and for 2 million people who live in the area. Okay. This slide shows the groundwater uses in different areas of the aquifer. Agriculture and urban are the major users of the groundwater. Also, domestic and industrial bath in minor part. The growth of population in these states and areas of the lower Colorado River Delta aquifer are shown in the graph. And it is notable that in Mexico side of the aquifer, more people is dependent of the groundwater. Also to the people, about 500,000 of hectares of agricultural lands with a production value of about $4 billion annually are irrigated with surface water from Colorado River and groundwater. Now I will talk about general water balance elements of the lower Colorado River Delta aquifer. As recharged, we have water from rivers as Colorado, Gila, Nuevo, and Alamo. The precipitation, irrigation return flow from the irrigated land, seepage from irrigation channels, and artificial recharge, such as aquifer storage operation and infiltration of treatment wastewater. As discharge, we have groundwater pumping, discharge to Gulf of California, Salton Sea, wetlands, rivers, drains, evapotranspiration, and the figure at right shows an example of the water balance in Mexicali Valley. This aquifer is overexploited and the pumping now is not measured. So what we are doing now is the first was the integration of information that mainly from governmental entities from the both sides of the border, such as United States Geological Survey, water districts, Bureau of Reclamation, National Water Commission, and other entities. The type of words that we select were reports, articles, informs, theses, and also we collect data in the field in collaboration with National Water Commission in Mexican side. It is important to denote that the information was processed to unified unit and here reference, and once to compile data was complete, we made a GIS database of the available information, particularly in of groundwater quality, groundwater level, hydraulic properties, and others. The information was grouped and classified to obtain lithology and groundwater types. As results, we have lithological 3D model, groundwater contours and flow paths, an estimation of the transboundary fluxes using Darcy methods, maps of the hydraulic properties of the aquifer, water types, and identification of recharge sources. This slide shows part of the results obtained in this activity. So first are the lithologic data compiled. The second map shows the chloride concentration in the transboundary aquifer, and the third map shows the transboundary fluxes across Mexico and USA. In this map, we can observe that there is flux from Mexico to USA and from USA to Mexico. To continue, show part of the obtained results, we have the first graph shows the groundwater elevation in 6 wells of the Transboundary Aquifer, and there is evidence of the groundwater level decrease in the Mexicali, Yuma, and Imperial areas of the aquifer, which is attributed to less recharge and overexploitation. The right graph shows the compilation of the isotopic data of groundwater of the lower Colorado Delta aquifer and the main surface water bodies such as rivers and others. Now, I will describe shortly the groundwater management in this aquifer. The first difference is who administrates the aquifer. So in US, the state administrates the groundwater, and in Mexico is the federal government. The second difference that can be found is the aquifer delimitation. In US is by basins and subbasins, and in Mexico is by administrative aquifers, which now corresponds to hydrogeological limits. For example, boundaries of cities and states are used. And the third aspect is the monitoring of groundwater aquifers. And in US, there is an extensive monitoring network of groundwater level, quality, pumping. And the most important is that the information is available and free. In comparison, in Mexico, there is a monitoring network, but the information is not available and access to them is not easy. Fortunately, there is a binational cooperation between both countries. For example, Guadalupe Hidalgo and La Mesilla treaties that focus on the territorial limits of the countries, and almost 100 years after the 1944 utilization of water of the Colorado, Tijuana rivers and the Rio Grande treaty was signed, which establishes the amount of water assigned to Mexico and US, and modification of this treaty has been implemented by minutes, such as 4242, which includes groundwater management provisions, limit pumping in the both sides of the border between Sonora and Arizona, minutes 318, in which per first time, 2 countries provide water to environmental purposes. And finally, 323 as continuation of 319 minutes. So the conclusion of this research as the integration and unification of the hydrological information available from the lower Colorado Delta aquifer is the first step to managing groundwater with a comprehensive shared approach, manage groundwater by hydrological boundaries rather than political boundaries. As a result of the current policies and groundwater management practices, the Mexicali and San Luis Colorado aquifers are overexploited. And in US side, artificial recharge project in groundwater basin and subbasin help to reduce pumping and increase groundwater resources sustainability. The minute 242 is the only binational legal agreement in the study area who mentioned groundwater source. but the other 2 minutes are clear examples of the progress of the path towards sustainability. Collaboration between Mexican agencies and universities offer good opportunities to increase the ideological knowledge of the study area. And finally, the recommendations are current efforts include building a unified conceptual model that integrates surface, groundwater, and transboundary effects as a first step in a joint scientific assessment. This effort represents the basis for the future shared binational cooperation, improved shared data cooperation and understanding between groundwater managers, and implement shared actions to improve groundwater sustainability of the transboundary aquifer, increase monitoring. You can manage what you don't measure. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Frida. I think we could all connect with that last statement about monitoring and measurement. Anyway, I just want to make a correction with respect to the questions, which we will have plenty of time for questions for our speakers. Please use the question and answer Q&A link to post your questions. Thank you, Frida. Our next speaker, Omar Salen, is going to speak on a very important project, the 30-year evaluation of the Joint Authority for Study and Development of the Nubian Sandstone as a pioneer regional organization for the management of transboundary aquifers. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. And sorry for the delay that happened during the beginning of the session. So now our talk is going to be on the evaluation of the journey of this 30-year-old joint authority for the Nubian Sandstone Aquifer System, which is one of the pioneer organizations that deals with the management of transboundary aquifers. Next. Please. Yeah, okay. So to give you an idea about the Nubian Sandstone Aquifer System in terms of size, the aquifer system underlies an area of over 2 million square kilometers. That's in terms of size, about more than 3 times the size of France. And the majority or the largest part of it is falling within Egypt and Libya, with Egypt about 828,000 square kilometers and Libya about 760,000. And then Sudan and Chad both have about 376 and 235,000 square kilometers respectively. Of course, this Nubian Sandstone Aquifer System is subdivided into 2 subbasins. Next slide, please. The next. Okay. The Nubian Aquifer System, we call it Nubian, no, you go back. So that covers the whole area actually from south around 14 latitude to the Mediterranean. It goes under the PNS, which is the post-Nubian aquifer system. So the Nubian aquifer system is mostly the one that is more used both in Egypt and in Libya because of its good quality water and hydraulic properties, and also a high yield of the aquifer in general because its storativity and transmissivity are much better than further north. Maybe we move to the next slide because I cannot control it from here. I don't know. Okay, the age of the Nubian ashes, of course, upper part is the Mesozoic aquifers are unconfined, while the Cambrian and Ordovician are confined aquifers and lie very deep, are not very much used at the moment. It covers the whole basin. It has a thickness of up to 5,000, including, of course, the aquicludes, because it's an aquifer system. It's a multi-layer aquifer system. And you find the quality, as I said, as good as 200 milligrams per liter, but maximum it reaches about 1,000 milligrams per liter, except in the northern part where it lies very deep under the post-Nubian, where salinity is very high, and also other properties are very low, so it's not very much in use. The other one, aquifer, which is the post-Nubian aquifer system that is between latitude 26 and the Mediterranean, both in Egypt and Libya, is a rather good aquifer system, also very thick, and it has very relatively good properties, but also in the northern part of it, it is very saline and may also hamper the use of this aquifer for development. Of course, both aquifers are used for local development, for agricultural and domestic uses, both in Egypt and Libya, and also part of Sudan and Chad. Development in Egypt and Libya, I think, started in the 60s in Egypt and probably in the early 70s in Libya. Next slide, please. Please, Ken. Okay, and the monitoring of the heavily extracted zones show that there is a drawdown that is expanding or increasing gradually every year, which led the authorities in both countries to come together and decide to make sort of a joint effort to manage the aquifer. And for that, the joint authority, which we are talking about today, has been created it was declared actually in 1989, but started to function in 1992 when the establishment protocol was signed by the ministers concerned in both Egypt and Libya. And at the later stages, of course, both Sudan and Chad joined the authority in 1995 and 1999, respectively. And of course, after that date, the authority became representative of all countries that are sharing the Nubian sandstone aquifer system. During its, next slide, please. Of course, the authority has been mandated to do the following: the collection, analysis, integration, and dissemination of data and studies, because there are a bulk of studies, in each country alone, separately. They are not integrated together. They are not put in a regional perspective. Also to conduct complementary hydrogeological studies, because the area, as I said, it's a very huge area, so you cannot really expect to have a good uniform distribution of information all over the basin, because information and drilling is always concentrated in certain oases or development areas only. And to plan for the development of water resources according to agreed exploitation policies at national and regional levels. And we'll come to this later, because the purpose of all these studies and the creation of this authority is to control the water use in order to reduce any negative harm between countries, and also to ensure sustainability of the supply of the water because in many places in that desert area, the groundwater aquifers are the only source of water, for development and for survival. And then another mandate is to implement joint capacity building and programs and exchange experiences, and to ensure rational use of the Nubian sandstone aquifer system water, and to make assessment of the environmental impacts of water development, because as you know, we noticed that when you start pumping these non-recharged aquifers, continuous drawdown may lead to the dying of local trees and many other natural habitats are affected due to overpumping or intensive use of the groundwater resources, and then to organize workshops and seminars related to the aquifer system and consolidate ties with corresponding regional and international organizations. That's what we're doing for the last 3 decades. So please, next. To give you an idea on the administrative structure of this joint authority, because when it's created, of course, there is a board of directors. Now it's 12 members because the 4 countries with 3 representatives from each country. That makes a board of directors consisting of 12 members. And of course, the quorum is realized by 2/3 of attendance by each country. That means 2 members from. And the chairmanship of the board is rotational among countries. Every 2 years, one of the country is chairing the board of directors. Of course, the board is responsible for the policy and also for the budget and the international relations with other organizations and international organizations for major studies, as we come to that later. And there is an executive director who is a full-time managing the day-to-day activities, of course, the administrative and finance, technical affairs, and information unit. And we will come to this also, what is this information unit. And we maintain 4 national offices in countries, members of the joint authority. For example, we have a national office in Libya and in Egypt and in Chad, and also in Sudan. These national offices are responsible for collecting data on water levels, water quality, abstraction, and any other activities or information that can be extracted from drilling activities and other scientific research or whatever. So this is more or less the structure. And of course, the budget of the authority is prepared and approved by the board of directors at the end of the year, and is shared on an equal basis between the countries. Of course, the budget is not very substantial. It only covers the activities and the salaries of the personnel involved in the day-to-day work. But for major studies and for regional, as we come to that soon, is usually financed through international funds. Next, please. Okay, the 3 decades of the lifetime of this joint authority has resulted in preparing or conducting major studies. Actually, one of them started early in it's not 89, it's 98 actually, to 2001. It was financed by IFAD and implemented or executed by SIDARI. And this study was a regional strategy to prepare a regional strategy for the utilization of the Nubian sandstone aquifer system. And among the activities, it was the compilation of and synthesis of existing data, because, as I said, the scattered information in each country that has nothing to do with the regional image. So the study was to collect and try to integrate and prepare regional maps. Actually, about 25 thematic maps were prepared for transmissivity, thickness of the aquifer, flow direction, transmissivity, storativity, and so on, and cross sections. So these, of course, based on the, even though these data are to a certain extent limited, especially in Chad and in Sudan, the development of a regional mathematical model, and this is one of the best achievements, I think, of the study, was to prepare a model in order to simulate the ongoing activities and future plans for development, and to make decisions based on the results obtained in terms of lines between countries, and also to develop a database known as the Nubian Aquifer Regional Information System, NARIS. And this database is supposed to store and retrieve, of course, all technical data on the aquifer system, whether it's drawdown, water levels, water quality, thickness, and abstraction, most important, and so on. And this is digitized system, best achievements of this study of 1998 and 2001, and also to make capacity building programs. And I think this we succeeded in training people on the use of the model and the database and the collection and monitoring of the piezometric network. There is a common, we call it shared piezometric network, or water control wells. Okay, next please. Next slide. The other study, which is also a regional study, internationally funded by GEF and implemented by UNEP, UNDP, and executed by International Atomic Energy. This is on the formation of an action program for the integrated management of the shared Nubian aquifer. And this study actually continued for a longer period, actually about 5 years. It was meant to prepare and agree on a shared aquifer diagnostic analysis. This SADA, shared aquifer or transboundary aquifer diagnostic analysis, was prepared, and it was also meant to address the key gaps needed for strategic planning decisions. Updated mathematical model and comprehensive isotope survey was done. A new model, or an upgraded at least of the previous model, and then also to prepare strategic action programs, the SAP. And this strategic action program has been, of course, elaborated at the end of the study, and the project documents have been endorsed by the ministers of water resources in 2013 in Vienna, in order to start implementing the content of this strategic action program. It's a very ambitious program, and to establish an agreed legal and institutional mechanism. And this is already still pending, because this is, I think, if we reach an agreement on legal and institutional mechanism or framework, it will, of course, enhance the management process of this aquifer system. So this is, next, please.
Omar?
Now, yeah, okay, almost finished.
Thank you.
Can we just say 2 words? The SAP, or the study here, that is the implementation of a regional SAP for the rational and equitable management of the NSAS, is to be starting, I think, within a month's time. It's financed by GEF and implemented by UNDP and executed by UNESCO. And this also will address the gaps in knowledge in the NSAS resource and dependent ecosystem, and to support capacity development at local and national and regional levels, to facilitate national reforms on policies necessary to successfully implement the SAP, and support the formulation of national action plans. And this is very important. And then to utilize the results from 4 pilot actions or programs in each country. And these national pilot projects will address, certain utilization problems and so on, and they will be disseminated and applied in all riparian states, and to identify future financing options. Please, next slide, or the last slide. So if we look, despite the efforts spent in the last say 30 years in data collection and in modeling, and also in monitoring the progress or the changes in water conditions in the aquifer system, we still think that there is gaps to be fulfilled or to be overcome. These are gaps in discontinuities of data and water levels. And I think this is mainly due to the fact that in the last 10 years, all these countries have undergone difficulties in terms of national securities and conflicts, and sometimes armed conflicts and so on. And that's delayed to a certain extent the continuity of data collection and data analysis and dissemination. And thus also, I think there is a lack of processing and dissemination of data using the NARIS or the information system. And the national offices are still understaffed and financially under-resourced. So I think because the area is so large, you cannot really make, for example, data collection campaigns. You need lots of instruments, four-wheel drive cars, mobilization of these logistics is very sometimes difficult for some countries to secure, especially under the, as I said, the conditions that are ongoing right now. And also, we did not succeed in upgrading the regional and local models in-house, within the authority. And there is, this is the most important, is an absence of a binding legal framework on transboundary waters that controls the use of the aquifer system here. So I think in conclusion, if you move to the next slide, we very much emphasize the need for external financial and technical assistance from international organizations, because so far most of the major regional studies are internationally financed. We cannot really secure any enough funds, locally or raise any funds to do major studies. So this is an important component of the activities, and also that we should put more emphasis on monitoring and evaluation, because this, as I said, has witnessed some slowdown in the last 10 years due to, as I said, the national security issues. And also that we have to activate the Nubian Aquifer System information system, the NARIS, because this is the thing that will feed any activities, for example, mathematical models or preparation of thematic maps and so on. And also we have to overcome the understaffing and the budget problems that is facing the authority at the moment. So the authority is, as I said, is a good thing to have, but also it still needs improvement and a push to bring it to the level that it can implement what has been mandated to it by the law of its creation. So this is in general some recommendations. I think is the same as the conclusions. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Omar. Again, if there are any questions, please post them on the Q&A link. They'll be read into the record. You'll have a chance to hear the answers. Moving forward, let's now hear from Emil Notini and watch their video on Latin America's perspectives on the governance of transboundary aquifers, the protection of indigenous peoples in the Guarani aquifer system. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amael, and I'll present Latin America's perspectives on the governance of transboundary aquifers and the protection of indigenous peoples in the Guarani aquifer system. The Guarani aquifer agreement has very similar features to the attempt of codification by the International Law Commission on the Law of Transboundary Aquifers, which are the territorial sovereignty that represents the sovereignty of the state over its portion of the aquifer, the aquifer reasonable utilization that entails the most beneficial allocation of water for states and stakeholders involved, the obligation of not causing significant harm that entails a series of due diligence requirements for the protection of the environment, and exchange of information and cooperation among states, which is monitored by a committee. And what does the jurisprudence of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights have to do with the Guarani Agreement? Well, it establishes a series of human rights obligations in relation to water, in relation to vulnerable groups, especially indigenous peoples, which are the core jurisprudence of the Inter-American Court. And the human right to water of indigenous peoples does not only entail the positive obligation of the state to provide water in order to sustain a dignified life of indigenous peoples, but it also entails a series of due diligence obligations of the state and the duty to monitor and oversee the protection of the natural resources of indigenous peoples. And also the obligation to provide for a framework for consultation and access to information by these groups in projects that might affect them. So in order to conciliate these issues, the active utilization must consider the interests and the rights of indigenous peoples in the allocation of water. The specific due diligence requirements for the environmental impact assessment and the development of projects must consider the specific requirements for indigenous peoples, such as the methods of consultation and access to information. And the Guarani Aquifer Commission must regulate a more direct approach to these groups so they can have a more direct impact and participation in the development of projects that might affect them. And thank you for your time, and I remain available for any questions.
Thank you, Amail. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Amail. Really appreciate that short summary. Again, if there's any questions, please post them on the Q&A link. The next video will be Regulatory Tools for Transboundary Governance, a Legal Vision by Nicholas Del Sola. Thank you.
Hello, I would like to start thanking the organization to give us the opportunity to be here. Our project is about to provide the basics and the essential tools to achieve agreements and treaties between neighbor countries. As the slide shows, we believe that an upgrade or adequation of their legal system, internal water law, is almost a prerequisite to apply correctly the Resolution 63-124. Also, we detected that the countries of the region have a lack or poor information about their aquifers. For example, information deficiency about location, dimension, capacity, depth, connection, and interconnection level. Also, we detected deep differences about how they regulate their preference systems or permit granting systems. That makes them difficult to manage properly. So our project is intended to urge and encourage the decision makers of water policies, on public policies, to work in that goal. The system Aquífero Guaraní is a well example because Argentina and Brazil have federal system, and their provinces and internal states have their own water law, conjugated with Uruguay and Paraguay. So, of course, the first and final goal of our projects is to give countries the right comprehension and understanding that a right integrated management of water resources is impossible to accomplish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, Nicholas. Our next video will be by Maria Brzezinski, Public Policies in Brazil and the Guarani Aquifer. And again, if you have any questions for Nicholas, please post them on the Q&A post, and we will read them into the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Lúcia Brzezinski, and I'm going to talk about the Guarani Aquifer and the public policies in Brazil. The paper aims to investigate what has Brazil been doing to fulfill all the obligations established by the Guarani Aquifer Treaty that was signed in 2010 and has recently entered into force in 2017. So, Brazilian public policy for water resources law is from 1997. It hasn't suffered any changes recently, and it still treats groundwater as something almost invisible because the focus of the federal policy is surface water. And investigating the website of Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and also the website from the Water Agency, the Water Federal Agency, there's no public policy specifically about groundwater or about the Guarani Aquifer. And looking for updated information, you can find only news from 2009 and 2010 about the existence of the Guarani Aquifer and how big it is and how big is the treasure that Brazilian territory is holding. But Brazilian Constitution establishes that groundwater belongs to member states. Brazil is a federal republic, so one has to investigate what is each state of the federation doing about groundwater. The Guarani occurs in 8 federal states in Brazil, and my paper investigates the Paraná state and its policies towards groundwater. The state policy on water resources is from 1999, has only 4 or 5 articles about groundwater, and it has a waiver for the agricultural sector regarding the permits, water permits. So the agricultural sector is not obliged to pay for the right to use of water. And looking for specific information about the Guarani in Paraná authorities' websites, you will find out that Paraná has only recently published its first report on water resources. In this first report, the Guarani Aquifer is mentioned, but it's mentioned only to let us know that a big part of its discharge area is of high vulnerability for contamination. So we are still facing a scenario in Brazil where groundwater is not really a priority in policy, in public policy. The Guarani Aquifer is not a concern, and there's no special or concrete, there's no planned or concrete measures specifically about the Guarani. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. That's excellent. Again, if you have a question, please post it in the Q&A link at the bottom of your screen, and we will answer them. We have one question so far. It's for Professor McIntyre. He has answered it, but I was just curious if he would be willing to join us again since we have a little bit of time to discuss the question. His question is do you think that the complexity of international water law explains the reluctance of states to adopt the draft articles on aquifers?
Thank you, Todd, and thank you for the question. I have tried to answer this very briefly in the text. I would suggest that the complexity of international water law, either the emerging framework applying to transboundary aquifers or international water law more generally, that the complexity would militate towards the adoption of a convention, if you like. It would highlight the need for some kind of codification and the use of a conventional instrument. So I don't think the complexity was the problem. But I think that in the lack of willingness of states to move forward from the transboundary, the draft articles on transboundary aquifers towards a convention, a formal convention, may have been, at least in part, due to uncertainties in relation to that text, or more accurately, uncertainties created by that text. So, there were quite, and I've outlined them very briefly in the paper that we have submitted for the proceedings to this event, that there were a number of issues where the 2008 draft articles created questions in respect of the more established paradigm developed by on the basis of the ILC's earlier codification in 1994, which became the 1997 UN Watercourses Convention. There were a number of really important gaps, and the two key ones were around the scope of application. There were a number of uncertainties as to when would a transboundary aquifer be covered by the UN Watercourses Convention or by general international law on international watercourses, and when might it be covered by the more specialist emerging regime on transboundary aquifers. And that's not a small issue. And also then, as well as questions about scope, there were a number of gaps of types of transboundary aquifers that might not be captured by either regime. And also, I think the issue, as I mentioned in my presentation, around sovereignty, that sovereignty created a problem. The question of sovereignty, along with the broad definition of an aquifer, which included the water contained in the geological structure, we've never really asserted sovereignty over water. Water is a transient resource, even if it moves more slowly through an aquifer. It's a transient resource, so that states have had, by virtue of their sovereignty, their territorial sovereignty, over the adjoining territory, if you like, or the related territory, that they had use rights as opposed to sovereignty. If we look at the language used in the commentary, and the commentaries, of course, in International Law Commission draft articles are of immense importance, and the language used in the commentary talked about ownership. States, had ownership or owned this water, or talks about the water, those states to which the water belonged. This language was, in my opinion, the opinion of most water lawyers, utterly wrong. And it created this impression. Now, imagine if you're a weaker state and you share an aquifer with a stronger state, economically, militarily, diplomatically, and they start to assert their sovereignty over those water resources. That creates just enough credible claim, if you like, for a state to abuse its hegemony. And I would see why states would have real concern over that paradigm creeping in. Professor Steve McCaffrey, writing about the draft articles shortly after they were adopted in 2008, talked about letting the genie of sovereignty out of the bottle, writing in the American Journal of International Law. And, we could look at the history, the previous 50 years of the evolution of international water law, from I suppose, of modern international water law from the 1966 Helsinki rules on, as being an exercise in taming sovereignty, in recognizing that rights to utilize shared water resources emanate from sovereignty, but trying to nuance, tame, limit, and characterize sovereignty in such a way that allowed for distributive distribution of water, distributive notions of equitable entitlement, etc. And this seemed to step back in time on that. So yes, I would say they almost certainly played a role. But really, it was never about the adoption of a convention. Ideally, draft articles may become a convention. They're written in the form of a convention. But the real value, very often, of International Law Commission draft articles is to provide model rules, is to provide a template, and that template can then guide the efforts of states and various initiatives to try and develop specific agreements, so aquifer-specific agreements, on the basis of those model rules. And we see that has actually occurred in the case of Guarani, the Guarani Aquifer already. So in that role, the adoption of a formal convention becomes largely irrelevant. And so the draft articles still have a very important role to play as model rules and guiding practice. And of course, in that sense, states that are concerned can still use 95% of the draft articles of the form used in the draft articles, but could perhaps nuance them a little bit to suit their concerns, to address their concerns, to suit the particular circumstances. So it doesn't take away from their utility in that regard. And what I was trying to get to in my presentation was that these larger forces operating within international law, that they tend towards a sort of a coherence, if you like, which would accommodate necessary divergence. We all recognize that there should be some specialization as between groundwater and surface water, between aquifers and river basins or watercourses, but to try and ensure that there will still be the requisite degree of coherence as between these two specialist subsystems within broader international water law. And as draft articles, remaining as draft articles, they allow that to be accommodated. Sorry if that's a very long answer.
No, we appreciate your insight, Owen. We still have time for a question or two if anybody would like to post something in the question and answer link. In the interim, I just wanted to thank everybody for taking time out of their busy schedules to share their work, especially our two students, Frida and Neil. Just do one final check to see if there's any questions or comments. It doesn't appear to be any. So again, thank you for joining our session today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, everyone, for joining us on this session. And thank you, Todd, for this very efficient time management as a chair. The conference will now continue on panel number 6 on transboundary aquifer experiences across the world. I would invite all the participants to use the Hoover platform to navigate to that session. On this room, we're going to have a break and we will come back at 5:15 for session 13 on the governance of TBAs. So hope to see you in the other room, and thank you so much.
just for clarification, am I going first? Is that right?
Yes, yes, Gabriel. This is what is on the schedule.
Okay.
That's fine for you. Okay. Then it's Catherine, Pilar, Renee, and Julio at the end.
Welcome, everyone, to the final session of today's session number 13 on the governance of TBAs and how to strengthen cooperation. This session will be chaired by Raya Stefan. She's a water law expert. So, Madam Chair, over to you and enjoy your session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this extra introduction, and thank you, the UNESCO team, for putting together all these efforts for this great conference. So I have the pleasure to chair the last session of the day. I know it was a full and very interesting day. So I hope our speakers and also the participants have still, let's say, some energy to listen to our session. We will have a session with 5 speakers. I'll ask each speaker to keep the time of 14 minutes. I'll give you 1 or 2 minutes before if I will give you a signal. So because I would like to keep some time at the end for the questions. And I invite the participants to submit their questions in the chat box, and we will address them at the end. So our first speaker for this session is Gabriel Eckstein. Perhaps you know him since he has been on the screen today. So Gabriel Eckstein is a professor of law at the Texas A&M University School of Law. He is also the president of the International Water Resources Association. And Gabriel will speak to us about characterizing legal implications of transboundary aquifers. Gabriel, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Raya. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so what I want to do today is talk about legal implications in these transboundary aquifers. We have talked about in other sessions what law applies. And this has been considered in terms of, is there law for transboundary aquifers and what might it be? This presentation is going to go a step further to explore what actions might result in violations of the law or might cause harm to a neighboring political unit in another country and thereby result in some kind of responsibility or liability. So let me move on here. There we go. So looking here at a transboundary aquifer, you've seen this model before. You have an international boundary. You can see the underlying groundwater, the aquifer itself. You may have hydrologic connections to surface water. They may be domestic. They may be transboundary. The question here is, well, what circumstances might result in responsibility or even in liability? And by responsibility, I'm talking about a country either being forced to or willing to admit that they've done some kind of bad act, but there's not necessarily responsibility to rectify or requirement to rectify the situation. That's responsibility. Liability takes it that extra step where either that you have to require compliance because there was a violation of the law, or maybe even to provide some kind of additional remedy, such as damages. This is what I'm looking at here, because I think there's some misunderstanding in terms of what law applies, but then saying, well, if that law applies, then what are the consequences? How might you violate the law? What would be constitute a violation, and what would be the potential follow-up to that violation? So that's what I'm focusing on here. This presentation is based in large part on the conduct of states, but it is also based on the aquifer relationship that exists between the neighboring states, because that relationship is going to help determine the cause and effect scenarios. An action in one state can cause a reaction in another state, a consequence, an impact, or even harm. And this may be different under these different scenarios. So these are models that we developed some years ago. And you can see that in some cases you have a transboundary aquifer, but in other cases you have a transboundary aquifer that is connected to a surface water body. In some cases that water body is transboundary, in some cases domestic, and so on. Each of these different scenarios could result in a somewhat different situation in which you can have harm or consequences appear or impact a neighboring state. And so not only is it important to know what the action is, but the circumstances in which the action is taken, the environment, the hydrology and the hydrogeology in which that action is taken. Before getting to the points of responsibility and liability, I just want to very briefly talk about what I said at the very beginning, things we already talked about. Well, what law applies? Real briefly, under international law, we really don't have a very firm establishment of law, international law, that applies to transboundary aquifers. We have a general rule that talks about cooperation, the general obligation to cooperate. And that's, evident not just in transboundary water situations, but in all circumstances. So that we can actually say is most likely an established rule of conduct for transboundary groundwater resources. Beyond that, all we can say, I think, is that there's some yet to be fully defined substantive rights. And I'm talking about substantive rights. For example, equitable and reasonable use and no significant harm would be considered substantive law. But we haven't gotten to the level where we can say, there's enough practice and enough examples where this has been applied. So that's why I put question marks in there. I'm not quite sure what that fully defined substantive rights may be, but if and when we get to that point that we have them, if you violate this norm, then you have to deal with the consequences. And then when that use enjoyment interferes with the equivalent rights of neighboring aquifer riparians, neighboring states to use and enjoy their groundwater under their territories, again, you may have some kind of responsibility and liability. Now, this is the substantive rights. Procedural rights, I think, we're a little more developed in terms of the relationship between nations.
Gabriel?
There seems to be, yes?
Apologies for interrupting. There seems to be some music in your background. The interpreters are having some trouble.
Yeah, it's my daughter. She's in the other room playing.
Okay, there's no way to avoid it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll try to be more, speak right into the microphone.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry about that. So getting back to procedural rights and responsibilities, we're a little more confident about the trends with procedural rights in terms of having seen the experience. There's only a handful of agreements and arrangements in place globally for transboundary aquifers, but we see some consistent trends on the regular exchange of data and information, a requirement for this kind of obligation, a requirement to monitor the aquifer, a requirement for prior notification of planned measures, and a requirement for the creation of institutional mechanisms. So this is the sort of laying out the framework of the obligations that exist. So now, where does this take us? Well, now that we have a better understanding of those obligations, we turn to responsibilities and liabilities. First thing to say is that whatever that impact that is cross-border, that is felt on the other side of the boundary, it has to be not de minimis. I put the word significant here. I'm not sure that's quite the right word in this context. It could be substantial. It could be appreciable. I'm not talking necessarily about harm. I'm talking about impact. But it cannot be de minimis. It can't be insignificant. So we know that impact has to be at some go over some threshold to be actionable. It has to affect the natural cross-border flow, direction, volume, or quality of the groundwater. It has to affect something in that other country that relates to that transboundary aquifer. Some examples of actions that could cause this kind of impact. Well, extraction of groundwater is probably the obvious one. You have a one nation pumping on one side of the border. You have a cone of depression that grows and grows and extends across the border into the neighboring country, and thereby has some kind of an impact. Again, it has to be not de minimis. It has to be more than de minimis impact. But other things that could have that kind of cross-border impact could be the injection of fluids and gases into the formation that then migrate across the border. You can bury wastes within the formation, and as you have water recharging the aquifer, infiltrating the aquifer, flowing through the aquifer, and carrying those wastes across the border, the contamination that could cause cross-border pollution. You could have an impact on the natural recharge if you diminish it or increase it. That could have an impact on the aquifer itself, and thereby some kind of impact across the border. And the same with the impact on the discharge. The one that we often don't think about is, well, what if you actually mine the aquifer matrix, and you can do substantial damage to that aquifer by mining it and effectively destroying the functioning of that aquifer, and that clearly can have a cross-border impact. Again, substantive violations, we're talking about damages, remediation, and other kind of remedies. Procedural violations, I just want to highlight that for procedural violations, such as the failure to notify, failure to share data information, the remedy is typically compliance. Rarely do you see a remedy of damages for procedural violations. So a couple of examples here. This is an aquifer that is transboundary. It's not connected to any surface water body. Well, what if you have a well that's drilled on one side of the border? You have a cone of depression expanding. I mentioned this earlier. And you can see how that well can have a potential impact across the border by pulling the water from from state B into state A. Again, you have to cross that threshold of de minimis. Is it substantial impact? Is it appreciable impact? Whatever that threshold is, it has to be more than de minimis to count. Now, this is just an example of pumping. Again, the impact could be through mining, could be through injection of contaminants, or it could be failure to comply with procedural obligations. Another scenario, this one may be a little more complicated, and this goes back to my comment earlier. You really need to know what the layout is, the aquifer relationship, the relationship to surface water bodies, because if you put a well here, for example, that cone of depression will reach to the river and could start drawing water, not just from the aquifer, but also from the river. So in this example, arguably this is a gaining river, the way I've drawn this, where the aquifer feeds the river. If you pump enough on that one side in state A, it could actually reverse the relationship between the aquifer and the river. And at least within that radius of influence, that red circle, you could have the river begin to lose water to the aquifer. Now, what does that do to state B? Well, this is a border river. So the state B is in effect losing some of the water that's in the river that is now going into state A that state B cannot enjoy. Also, you have, I've drawn it here where the radius of influence actually extends into state B. So the well is actually pulling water from state B into state A. Again, if this is more than de minimis, arguably this is actionable. And there could be remedies required here. One other quick example, which is a little bit unique, this is a fossil aquifer, a non-recharging aquifer. And if you put
2 minutes, Gabriel.
Thank you.
2 minutes.
Yep. if you put a well here, it's a little bit different because if there's no flow within the formation, what would that do? The flow would be created by the well, by the pump. So it's a little bit of different scenario here than in the other examples. But again, the circumstances, the environment are really important. Last point, last slide. These are some of the factors that you have to take into account when considering what are these cross-border legal implications. We talked about groundwater pumping effect on the other side. I briefly mentioned, is this a losing river or a gaining river in terms of the relationship with the adjacent aquifer? You have to take into account the aquifer recharge and discharge processes, the rates, their location of the recharge area and discharge area. And these are some of the other criteria: non-recharging characteristics, groundwater flow direction, pressure, the original groundwater quality, and so on, all have to be taken into account when you're assessing legal implications. Hopefully that gave you a better sense of how to go beyond just determining, well, what law applies. And now we could talk about, well, once we know what law applies, what are the potential consequences for violations of those legal obligations. So thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you for this enlightening presentation. So I invite the participants to start asking their questions in the chat. And now I'd like to invite Catherine Tinker. Catherine is an adjunct professor at the Seton Hall University in the United States. Please, Catherine, the floor is yours. You will speak to us about the Guarani, governance of the Guarani Aquifer, creating a commission. Let's hear from you what you have to say on this aquifer. We've heard already a lot in this conference.
All right. Thank you so much, Raya.
You're welcome.
It's an honor to be here with this wonderful group and all week with this conference. Thank you to all of the organizers and the hosts and the team who's put all of this together. I could spend my allotted time just in responding to Gabriel Eckstein's very provocative comments, especially on state responsibility. It's something the International Law Commission has been grappling with for decades in areas where aquifer and groundwater law is not fully developed. We have to think about principles like state responsibility for acts not contrary to international law. We have to think about in examples where sovereignty has been impaired or offended, if you will, in cases from the past, the pulp mills case in 2010, where the ICJ ordered the two states to work together, to cooperate, basically, and to figure out ways to do that on their own. We've also have precedent, if you will, in international law to some degree from an arbitration in the Rainbow Warrior case in 1990, where there was damage to one state's sovereignty by the acts of another state. And one of the remedies was acknowledging that a wrongful act had been perpetrated by the state. So that would be in addition to any kind of damage or reparations or anything else. And when we get to the Guarani Aquifer Agreement, which is what I want to talk about today, there certainly is provision on, as you discussed, on significant harm, but also it's a recognition that that might happen even with all the communications and notifications and consultations. So then there would be a duty to mitigate that harm. I'm going to now start sharing my slides, and I think that we can get this going. I'd like to have this come up in the slideshow. It's not working. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see it. Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to.
But it's only the raw slides,
it's not in presentation mode.
The slideshow. Ah, there we go. Okay, so this is an agreement that entered into force in late 2020, just about a year ago, for Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay, that embodies both substantive and procedural obligations of international water and environmental law and policy. Similar to what Gabriel Eckstein just mentioned, cooperation, prevention of significant harm, to this vast transboundary aquifer, and specifically multiple, reasonable, sustainable, and equitable use of the groundwater in the aquifer. A main feature of the treaty is sharing of information, scientific and technical research and data on the aquifer and planned measures, and then an obligation for states to participate in notification, consultation, negotiation, and mediation to achieve transparency and to avoid conflicts. Now, I have some of the specific articles from the treaty here on the screen if you're interested. I'm talking about Article 4 for the uses that are planned here, avoidance of significant harm and mitigation, and other articles, and the recognition of sovereignty that I'll talk about in just a moment. And in addition, the institutional mechanisms at the bottom there that I'll be talking about mostly today. So this morning, there was a very interesting discussion in terms of the ILC draft articles on transboundary aquifers and sovereignty. And I agree with the co-panelist, Pilar Vilar, who's coming on next, about in the regional context, certainly sovereignty makes sense. It's justified in this part of South America and perhaps everywhere as a condition of diplomacy. And so hydrodiplomacy being no different, why else do states enter into agreements? And what is that intended to be? We will see in how the institutional mechanism may play out here in the Guarani Aquifer Agreement. All right. So as global warming alters the water cycle and affects human communities and needs, creating new stresses on the Guarani Aquifer and the populations that depend upon its groundwater, cooperation needs to be strengthened. In turn, an adaptation measure for climate change is being understood to be aquifers as both storage and source of water. And in the region, melting ice in the Andes, floods, and droughts are forecast in various climate scenarios for the region. So making this work becomes more and more important. So what are the P's? I started counting them and I came up with 7, I think, total. A political will, first and foremost. The text of the agreement has been signed since 2010. It's been ratified now for a year. Granted, with the pandemic, there are certainly other challenges for governments, but it needs to be fully implemented. The Commission needs to be meeting and actions need to be taken, and I'll be describing as recommendations when they do. There's perception of need that plays into this. How important is this? Are states fully aware of why this kind of cooperative agreement is beneficial, why it is in their national interests? So is there public opinion? The pressure for states to do something is an important factor. And that can grow. We've seen that in climate change. We've seen that to some extent for the loss of biodiversity and for wetlands protection. This impacts policies and priorities of governments and could lead to a greater level of protection, both for ecosystems and for ecosystem services, being recognized now in the context of other multilateral environmental agreements, and therefore should become an important topic here in our discussions of aquifers and groundwater, especially if we're moving in the direction of developing new law. And finally, let's not forget the last of my P's, payment. How are we going to pay for governance and management of a transboundary aquifer? And that will be part of the level of the political will and the policies and priorities of the governments involved, of how much they're willing to pay to keep this going and to make it happen. So under Article 15, that creates a commission for the Guarani Aquifer Accord, what is that role going to be? Is it a decision-making body analogous to a treaty conference of the parties? And that's how I've been thinking about it. We'll see if that's how it happens. Because there are only 4 states, and it's been handled so far at a very high level within the foreign ministries, the ministries of foreign relations. So that is likely to be how this will play out. And what is their commission to do? Obviously, support the objectives of the Guarani Aquifer Agreement that I talked about earlier. And first and foremost, the commission has to meet and adopt its own procedures, a rule book for the Guarani Aquifer Agreement. How are they going to vote? Who's going to attend? How are meetings going to be conducted and where? Creating a secretariat and locating it in place, deciding about participation. Who can be there? Only state representatives? What about representatives of all stakeholders? Will there be transparency in the minutes of the meetings, documents accessible to the public, etc.? And will that include both local communities and civil society, as well as private sector water users? So this has a lot of discussion for the future. One other thing that is absolutely specified, though, in the treaty, besides just this very broad adopt its own procedures provision for the commission, is that the commission, upon request by states who are unable to resolve any possible disputes bilaterally using the procedures enumerated in the treaty for consultation and negotiation, etc., then those states may request the commission to conduct an inquiry and make possible recommendations. And the implication would be that through all of these stages, the level of communication and exchange should have reached the level of the kind of cooperation and working things out together that the ICJ has recommended in the few cases that it has considered, like pulp mills, and even before that, in Gabsiko-Vanaj Moros, where the two countries were also directed to go back and work together. So I think this is very hopeful. There is a provision in the treaty for a possible future protocol on arbitration, but if these other procedures are followed, maybe it won't even reach that. If it does, then that option exists in the treaty, should an arbitration protocol be devised in the future, and there's always the option of litigation. But given the kinds of remedies here that might be available, it seems to me that perhaps the Guarani Aquifer Agreement already provides enough that we may not see the same kind of litigation scenarios as in some other situations. But who knows? So what about in the future? The commission should meet, as I said, adopt its rule book, create a secretariat, and define its mandate. And it could also become proactive in protecting the aquifer for ecological and social as well as economic interests, and finding the appropriate balance to meet the objectives of the treaty. And I'll suggest at my final slide how the commission and under the treaty could contribute to the progressive development of international law. So what are some possible governance mechanisms and modalities? I came up with 4: administrative function, cooperative function, active function, and creative function. And how all of these might be simultaneous, but most likely would be in sequence. Initially, setting up the commission, starting communications among the states, organizing meetings, translating documents, all necessary. The cooperative function could be very early on as well, reaching out to the secretariats of other treaties and other related organizations, including scientific and technical societies and professional bodies, as well as the UN system and UN agencies. Certainly UNESCO and IHP would be part of this. Sharing information, best practices, avoiding duplication of effort, sharing expertise in scientific, technical, legal, and water governance issues. And then third, this active function is very, very important. And I think this is a key part of the treaty in the scientific and technical sharing of information and research. Collecting and disseminating scientific, technical, and legal information, I think, should be added in there. Legal information, research, and expert consultations. And finally, I suggest this is an important part that isn't articulated in the treaty, but the creative function, designing educational materials and programs for water users, stakeholders, students, professional training, capacity building, as is discussed in the UN system. and has been mentioned this week several times in different panels. So then we have to consider what could come up after all of these things, other options and models and challenges to implementation. One idea in really strengthening this part of the treaty for the scientific and technical exchange and sharing of research and data and joint research could be to create, should the Commission wish to, if the states are interested in this, a scientific and technical body, as in some other multilateral environmental agreements. CBD certainly has this, the UNFCCC.
1 minute, Kathleen, please.
All right. So that is one suggestion. And finally, I would like to say the progressive development of international law. My first point is my most important recommendation. Critical transboundary areas of the Guarani Aquifer could be designated as protected areas with joint management and monitoring by the two states in that border area, for example. Now, this could be a recognition of national sovereignty because that portion of the transboundary recharge area that is so fragile and could be endangered for pollution certainly could be designated by each of the two states on either sides of the border and then agree to joint management and monitoring. And that would be within the framework of the treaty. That's certainly possible. Also, the human rights approach that's being used in other environmental treaties should apply here as well. The human right to fresh water has been recognized by the General Assembly, and the UN Human Rights Commission just last month, October, recognized a right to a safe and healthy environment. The rights of nature and the rights of future generations are also being discussed. And procedural rights we've covered, I think. Harmonization of national laws, and finally, development of emerging and new principles or norms of groundwater law and policy based on science, implementation of regional or international law, transparency, and cooperation. And I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Catherine, for your presentation and for developing scenarios on now what will happen. We are all looking now that the treaty is in force, the Guarani Aquifer Agreement is in force. We are all looking of what will happen next. We might also hear from Pilar, who will speak to us about the agreement on the Guarani Aquifer, what to expect. So also, what can we see? So Pilar Vilar is a professor at the Universidad Federal de Sao Paulo. Please, Pilar, the floor is yours.
Just a second, let me share the screen. Okay. Coming up. You can see it?
Yes.
Well, first of all, thanks for the opportunity. For me, it's a great pleasure and honor to be part of this table. Consider that all my PhD references are here. So thanks again for the opportunity. The focus here is to analyze a little bit how the entry into force of this agreement can influence the governments in the area. And first of all, I know that you probably have these descriptions a lot, but I would like that you see to this image with another eyes. The first thing that I would like to say is that each aquifer is unique and not necessarily a uniform structure. So when Gabriel was showing all that models, we have the idea that we have a very precisely structure of an aquifer. But in fact, it's not like that. We have, at least not for the case of the Guarani Aquifer. When we're talking about the Guarani Aquifer, we have a very heterogeneous structure. So the models that Gabriel presents, we have all that situations in the Guarani. So you see here that we have different colors. And that is a division that was made by Foster and other authors in 2009. It has a consequence of the project of Guarani. And he divided the Guarani in 5 regions that would have similar characteristics, hydrogeological characteristics. So 5 regions that we could have a hydrological compartment that have the same characters. So we have the ones here in more dark blue that are unconfined recharge areas. We have the light blue that are recharge areas, but with fragmental basalts. We have intermediate confined areas that are light gray, confined areas, this gray, more dark gray, and vertical lines that you have confined waters and with characteristics of saline waters. So you have 5 types of aquifer in one aquifer. And the properties of the water are also very different in this. So in some, they are fossil, so we're talking about fossil aquifers. In others, they are rechargeable and they're very recent. In others, they are recent, but not so recent. We're talking about 100 years. So in this sense, when we think about cooperation, and that's why I say that cooperation is a key principle in the case of transboundary aquifers, is because states will have to create these models that Gabrielle was showing to us and make legislation, make management there. So we have different positions, different approaches to different areas of Guarani. So in the end, we can have a general agreement, but this general agreement is not yet operative. And that is something that's taking the words of Catherine. The Commission has a great, how can I say, challenge to address all these different situations of transboundary management. When we're talking about, but the good news is that the transboundary characters of these aquifers are very restricted. So it's just in the border areas. And that is a question. We have to define it, where the flux is actually a transboundary flux. That is something that has to be a cooperative arranged by the states. Because what happens here in the middle of Brazil will not affect Paraguay, will not affect Argentina, will not affect Uruguay. But what happens here in Rivera Santana, in Concordia Salto, and Pedro Juan Caballero, that can affect it. So these parts we have to consider, okay, they are transbound waters, but what are the hot spots of these areas? And that is something that with the geological data, the water use data, and the territorial use, we can restrict it. So in this in this reality, the hot spots, I think someone is with the micro open.
For management. It's at UNESCO. If you can close the, yes, please. Thank you.
Well, I lost my point here. Wow. So countries have to started defining what are these hot spots that they act. Well, what's the scenario of the agreement? I was very optimistic of the Guarani Aquifer Agreement in the beginning in 2010, as everybody, for many reasons. It was the first and only specific agreement for the Guarani Aquifer, for an aquifer in South America. It was an example of prevent diplomacy. It was the first agreement to mention the draft articles. It included the main principles of international water law, so they reinforced it to their aquifers. It represented the continuity of the cooperation process. However, what happens there? The time, my central hypothesis in this process is that the Guarani Aquifer would be an example in the region that it would stimulate another agreements, that it could be a force to promote groundwater in the nations. Well, that doesn't came. What came is that the agreement by itself promoted the topic between social scholars but just that. We didn't see a movement to organize other agreements in the other transboundary aquifers in the region, like Amazonas, or even transboundary aquifers inside these 4 countries, like Bauru and Kaiwa, Aquidauana, which are also other aquifers that are shared by those countries. And then what happens? We start a very long process to enter into forces that it's not properly finished. And why is that? So how is the history behind it? We have Argentina and Paraguay, Argentina and Uruguay that were very fast. In 2 years, they ratified the instrument and make the deposit. Brazil that made that just in 2017, and it is the main user. It's the depository of the agreement and has the most of the aquifer is in Brazilian territory. And then we have Paraguay that first refused the agreement and then ratified it in 2018, but he didn't make the deposit. So you see some scholars that will say that agreement entered into force in 2018. No, it didn't, because Paraguay has made the deposit, something that was made only on October 2020. But that is not enough. So yes, it's true, the agreement entered into force in November 26, but the depositary states has to publish the agreement. So Brazil has to publish this agreement by promulgating a presidential decree and publish it in the official journal of the Union to give publicity. But we have 1 year have passed and that didn't happen. Okay, it's the formality steps which do not affect the value of the agreement, but has an implication on the cooperation process. And then I will take the first P of Catherine, the political will. If the depositary state doesn't make this presidential act, it's just taking the agreement, copying the agreement, signing the agreement, and say the agreement entered into force in this date, just that. If that is not made it, so we don't have the political will to sit and fulfill the other steps of the agreement. So here I present the main characters of the agreement, which Catherine also have talked about that. And what I want to focus here is the scope of the agreement is the transboundary water resources that integrates. Okay, but we have talked about too much about sovereignty. I don't want to talk sovereignty now. I want to talk about the transboundary water resource. That is the first task of the commissions, which will be the transboundary water resources of the Guarani Aquifer. We have to define it because we already know that the whole aquifer is not a transboundary resource. The geological formation it is, but the groundwater flux who has transboundary characteristics are limited. So we have to delimitate this area. Then we have the substantive rules, and then we have the main international water law principles. We have the question of sovereignty. You have sovereignty, territorial control over their respective portions. We have the sovereignty right to promote the managed, monitor, and sustainable utilizations. We have the obligation not to cause harm, the equitable utilizations. We have the question, we even have a mention of general international principles and norms of international law. We have the procedural rules, more consolidated international water law, which are exchange technical informations about studies, activities, and works. We have obligation to report and exchange data. We have the duty to provide data, but we have two that for me are the main ones: cooperation programs to extend scientific and technical knowledge, and identification of critical areas. These two for me are the most important due to the scenery of Guarani Aquifer. Guarani Aquifer is not an over-exploitation aquifer. Actually, the use of Guarani in the transboundary areas it could be more used, more intense. We have just some hot spots in Concord and Salto, but it's that. We don't have a very serious situation like it's in other aquifers. Then we have the institution mechanisms like the commission that Catherine told, but well, it was not established, so we don't know what's expected. And we have the question of dispute settlements, that direct negotiation and arbitration procedure, which is not established yet. So in this 11 years, in this 11 years after the agreement, we have the creation of SEREGAS. That was a reaction of Uruguay due to the delay of the ratification and implementation of the agreement, which is a regional center for groundwater, which has the participation of UNESCO. We have the approval of the JEF project, which is still not started, but they are hiring some coordinator. And this enters into force of the agreement, but formal requirements were not provided by the depositary states, which jeopardize all the implementation of the agreement. So there is no mobilization to implement the side commission, no mobilization to implement the arbitral protocol, and no definition of a cooperation agenda. So what's expected in the future? Well, the agreement entered into force, but the process continues stagnate. The absence of this Brazilian presidential decree reaffirms this stagnation, and any expectation must wait until the role and responsibilities of the SAG Commission are defined. Without the Commission, the agreement is just a piece of paper. It has a very limited role in the regional groundwater governance. It just helps to promote the curates of social scholars to study groundwater, but has no practical effects. So the SAG Commission plays a central role. Depending on the way it is regulated, it can represent a positive actor to cooperation or just another commission that struggles to survive and nobody knows what it's doing, what already happens with surface waters in the regions. What could be good, positive points that change the situations? Well, if countries establish the headquarters agreement to host the SAG Commission in the SEREGAS, would be something positive because you already had a groundwater regional center, so you potentially both the Commission and SEREGAS. The start of this JEF-SAG project might create a more favorable environment to implement the agreement if this project is able to manage the question of promote a sense of urgency and priority to public authorities and mobilize public opinion. If not, if it's just a technical thing, a technical approach, it's very difficult that you have this sense of urgency emerging. And dependence of external projects to motivate transboundary cooperation. It's a how can I say, a rule in Plata Basin that cooperation is very attached to these international projects that came with the funding, and after the funding, cooperation dies. So that's what I have to say. Thanks for your attention. This is my son doing mining in the Guarani Aquifer recharge area. And I just put the images because I was afraid that they interrupt my presentation, and then I would have to include him in another way, but he didn't, so I'm very glad.
Okay, thank you for this whole picture on the exact situation of the Guarani Aquifer agreement, and but you still have some hope for the future, not totally a negative picture. I would like to move now to our next speaker, Mr. René Gomez Garcia Palau. Mr. Palau comes from the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. He's the senior executive and head of the Green Business Unit. The talk of Mr. Palau will be about the contribution of CAP as a regional development bank in the integrated management of transboundary groundwater systems. Please, Mr. René, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And also like to thank the UNESCO for this kind invitation for a very important conference. Let me begin. I'm sharing with you that CAF is the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean and contributes to solve the structural aspects that impede the development of the region. This by carrying out activities to support, promote, foster, and strengthen the capacities of its member states, emphasizing the will to promote universal access to quality services in the areas of health, such water and sanitation, which requires the strengthening of scientific and technical knowledge on water and its services, and the development of solid economic, social, and environmental basis to support its governance. The title of this talk is very challenging because may look simple as collaborating, but it's very complex in the end. So let me share my comments within the framework of the project, what we call the Guarani Aquifer Strategic Action Plan Program, enabling regional activities. CAF has been selected by the governments of the countries that own the Guarani Aquifer system: Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay, and the southern cone of South America, as the JEF implementing agency for this international water JEF-funded project. To this end, it signed an agreement with UNESCO as executing agency to share scientific and technical efforts to execute this project and to strengthen the governance of the system of the Guarani Aquifer. Within this collaborative work and sharing common goals have been achieved during the last years, I think this has been due to a combination of factors that were given to overcome independent visions. Advances in scientific knowledge in national universities, the understanding of its regional interdependence, the political will on the national authorities, and the opportunity and character of the contributions of technical and financial cooperation. These factors were decisive in concrete a first regional project, which was shared objective was the protection and sustainable use of the Guarani Aquifer. Obviously, for the knowledge needed, and we'll need to show the strong nexus of water recharge and discharge with the surface water system. The scenario of a green and integrated management is also being supported by CAF, and every action CAF is performing in the area. As the distinguished colleagues who precede me, this joint regional effort generated national confidence from the parties. It's laid the groundwork for the agreement of the Guarani Aquifer that has been mentioned. Every national government, it's to provide a legal framework for the sound management of the Guarani Aquifer, and this agreement is a key step for the governance of the aquifer and has been recently ratified, as you all know, probably better. A lot better than me. I think it's very. Let me take a couple of minutes just to point out the different and very important steps or developments that have been done, because this collaborative work in the last 20 years at least, in which, very important outcomes and outputs we can really appreciate right now, like the strategic action plan, for example, which I think is a tremendous achievement. And obviously one of these, we can say a very important process, which was the agreement. The key points, I think, would be that in a scientific and integrated approach of hidden groundwater resources that was perceived as strategic for the socioeconomic development of the region. In spite of the different rates or numbers that we can show and we can have right now, the strategic importance is here. And I think we all are very much aware of this. And not only for us as the Guarani Aquifer, but for the example and for the very important step forward in the region in order to somehow spin off knowledge and experiences throughout the rest of the 17 transboundary aquifers that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean. They protect the resource, I mean, as long as it is known and promote its sustainable use. I think this is a key factor because, I mean, every use is going to be within a project, a plan, a program, or any kind of activity. And every kind of these activities, I mean, even national, but probably with, I mean, and most likely with transboundary impacts, they need to be assessed and carry on with, I mean, within the sustainable use principles. Assess in an integrated way the hydrothermal resource and all its potential uses, water, temperature, energy, and you know that how important is this in this large, quite large and diverse aquifer. Prevent conflicts, that's key, that's a key role between countries over the use of the aquifer and agree on an action plan with a common strategy. That's being already done, and in CAF we value this action plan as one of the hallmark or benchmark in groundwater in the groundwater management in the region. Also, I mean, when I think we need to point out the outcomes that we can perceive and appreciate. And I think besides the geomechanical, the geophysical data that we already have, I think the coherent advances in the legislation of the countries that were proposed and support that was given to a regional agreement for the coordinated management of the resource and the sovereignty of the 4 countries. I think that's a very important landmark that's been, it's been already advanced. The academic and institutional links were established. Important sectors of the society were sensitized, and there was a coordination pilot experiences in border areas, and the strategical action plan that was agreed, and then management framework enforced in the Guarani Agreement, and a strong will to cooperate between the 4 countries and their institutions. So when we look at all this scenario, we can see from different perspectives. One's in a very positive and optimistic perspective. That's the one that we have. The missional principles of CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, are 2. The first one is regional integration. So the Guarani Aquifer is right on the field of action of CAF. And the second one is sustainable development, to promote sustainable development among country members and within every action and activity that CAF is involved in the region. So these kind of activities which lead us to a better use and more sustainable use of in this case, a very strategical natural resources as the groundwater is key, has a key importance. And this key importance, is deriving a key role. And this key role of CAF is very much focused on consolidate the different mechanisms, focus on scientific and integrated knowledge of the aquifer. Like in any other field of natural resources, we need that. We all know that the most precise scientific knowledge that we might have about the aquifer are going to support our decisions, and most likely the project and investments that are going to be focused and developed in the area. Transboundary technical cooperations, regional institutionality, regional committees formalized, the monitoring and the modeling, and the communications and capacity building, which all are included within the project that we are just about to start. And also we have different but very important points. One is the involvement of the public sector, not only, in the use, but also in the protection. On the conservation of the different characteristics within the aquifer. Where we need to promote in a greater deal the role of women with a gender analysis and inclusion of all vulnerable groups present in the area. We need to consider climate change scenarios. We need to align every activity and every new activity that we're going to perform with NDC that come from the Paris Agreement, with the global framework, the biodiversity framework for goals and the SDGs. And finally, we need to bridge project that follows up and seeks the implementation of what has already been agreed and is projected with a strategic focus towards the common future. To this point, let me share with you that CAF is saying for a continued support on the project, very much aligned to as these environmental and climate global agreements that will come out as an outcomes of the Guarani Aquifer. This is how CAF, as the Latin American and Caribbean Green Bank, seeks to make a difference and manage to bring concrete solutions by project finance from international green funds and its interventions in financing credit operations that are aligned with national and local priorities. Thank you. Glad to, look forward to answering any question that we might have.
Thank you, Mr. Palau, for your presentation of the involvement of the bank in groundwater activities and projects. I take the opportunity to remind the participants to write their questions in the chat, so we will take them after our last presentation. And so our last presentation will be by Julio Tadeu Silva Kettelhout. It will be in the form of a video. Mr. Kettelhout is a water resources consultant, so we will listen to his video, and he is with us here, available to answer any question you have for you. Please, the technical team at UNESCO, if you can share the video with us.
This presentation is an update with the insertion of new information and clarification related to a poster presented by the authors during the ISARM2010 conference. I will summarize the detailed text of this work shown in this PowerPoint presentation in order to comply with the maximum time established. For more details, please consult the writing on the slides. It's well known that there is a significant difference between the number of transboundary legal instruments related to surface water and to groundwater. There are many causes. Probably the root cause is the difficulty in having reliable and systematized and updated data and information for the respective hydrogeological base, especially for transboundary aquifer system with large areas and are located in several countries. On the other hand, the management of TAS is directly related to the exact identification of which interventions really have transboundary characteristics, causing repercussion in the neighboring countries, and if so, how long will it take for them to occur? Taking these assumptions into account, it's reasonable to assume that, in general, the TAS management would be more uncomplicated, efficient, and viable, smaller its area, especially those more relevant for transboundary effects. The identification of these areas will allow countries to focus joint action on obtaining and making available data and information, as well as promoting management actions optimizing the TS governance and sustainability. In this sense, the objective of this methodology is to establish stripes of land at the border of the countries where the transboundary effect actually occurs, within a reasonable time period defined by them. The estimation of the physical technical stripe of land, the PTS, involves the identification of the most distant point from the boundary line where any action performed within this limit have transboundary characteristics in a given period of time. This point will define the limit distance of a stripe of land parallel to the boundary line following its geometry. The delimitation of this stripe must be estimated individually for each pair of countries, adopt the longest estimated distance. If the number of countries is greater than 2 and if it is convenient for all to have the same stripe width, the longest one among them should be adopted. The establishment of the PTS begins with the identification of the rock types found in the border region, which is a basic parameter for the application of the methodology. Next step is the determination of the stripe management conductivity, the SMK, for the respective rock types obtained by direct measurement or using existing technical literature. When there are data with a small value variation obtained for different observation wells, the methodology suggests that the average value among them be adopted. If the variation is significant, as a precaution, the highest value should be adopted. When using data from technical literature, again, as a precaution, the theoretical rock conductivity upper limit value should be adopted. The time it takes for an intervention in one country to have repercussion in neighboring countries is an important management factor. To estimate the management time, the AMT, countries must reach a consensus on a realistic assessment on the most rational and viable time horizon to be adopted in order to have viability and resilience in its management implementation process. For instance, 100 years may not be reasonable for the management of the transboundary aquifer system, considering the difficult and forecast change in its original peculiarities during this period of time. The width of the PTS is obtained by multiplying the stripe management conductivity, SMK, by the management time. To apply this methodology is in terms of increased safety to ensure that all intervention with transboundary characteristics are included. The aquifer PTS area must be considered homogeneous and isotropic, as well as considering the technical difficulties in acquiring reliable conductivity data for the entire border. The waterfall between countries must be considered as precaution, theoretically predominantly linear and continuous, as shown in the next figure. You can see in this figure the different inclination of the flow direction, considering that they are linear and continuous, as well as the subsequent determination of the PTS width by multiplying the SMK by the management time. Important problem in obtaining data for the TS management is related to their temporal variability, which requires constant periodic reviews. On the other hand, most countries have information obtained periodically in their national census from the smallest administrative country unit, the SAU, like its states, provinces, municipalities, districts, etc., going to the national level. As the PTS is parallel to the boundary line, it can cross areas of the SAU that do not have systematized data specifically for them. In this case, the methodology suggests that all data and information related to the SAU, including its limits that exceed the PTS, be incorporated when appropriate into the PTS data. Plus, the Frontier Management Stripe of Land, the FMS, is defined as a stripe of land for each country beside its borderline, which area is composed by the SAU total areas, whose territories are partially or totally included in the PTS. The outer line of the FMS is composed by the junction of the SAU territories boundaries farthest from the borderline. This procedure, despite the possibility of incorporating data beyond those that would be geographically correlated exactly to the PTS area, is most prudent as it adds other aspects to the PTS such as socioeconomic, administrative, environment, which directly or indirectly influence its management. This aggregation allows for the continuity of the frequency of data updating as well as their consistency with all countries' administrative bodies. The following figure shows a graphical presentation of PTS and FMS containing their limits and the different possibilities of physical interaction among their areas. You can see in this figure a transboundary aquifer system shared by two countries. These are the PTS areas in both countries. Now you see the different physical situation of interaction among the smallest administrative country units and the PTS areas. Finally, the format of the FMS area can be seen in the dashed line, which include all the smallest administrative country units which are entirely or have areas within this PTS. As countries may have significant difference in their respective smallest administrative country units, mainly those related to the size of their areas, they can agree to adopt the FMS only for those where feasible, and for the other it could be assumed that the FMS coincides with the PTS, adopting the longest on using the respective data available for them. I will summarize some conclusion. The establishment of the PTS indicating where the action carried out effectively cause transboundary effects can make understanding for legal agreements more viable, facilitate governance and the resilience of the transboundary aquifer system management. The FMS would facilitate the systematization of data that may influence the management of the PTS as well as the economy in its obtention. It contributes to the consistency with data provided by other public administrative sources, facilitate their legal and administrative harmonization, clarifying their respective responsibilities. It also facilitates the participation of local stakeholders as well as the implementation of local multilateral organization for the transboundary aquifer system management. As management time is an important factor of management of transboundary aquifer system, it is relevant that its legal instruments provide for periodic technical reviews in order to update possible changes. Finally, this methodology sought to be accessible, low cost, fast, and consistent, seeking as a precaution the adoption of more conservative parameters. It's clear that this proposed method could be optimized in terms of incorporating new parameters and technology to increase its accuracy. However, taking into account the transbound aquifer system local characteristics, mainly if they are located in developing countries, it's convenient to analyze how much this incorporation will improve the cost-benefit ratio for the management. So this was the presentation. If you have any question, please write me emails and I will be glad to answer them. Thank you all for your attention.
Yes, now I'm unmuted. Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you for this insightful, and thank you for following up from the previous ISARM conference, so you have continuity in your ideas. We have time for questions, and we have comments in the chat, and we had a comment also from Gabriel, not in the chat. I'm not sure the participants can see it. Actually, I don't know if the participants do the participants see the comments and the questions, or only us the speakers? If someone at UNESCO can let me know.
The information we have is that once the questions are answered, typed, the participants will be able to see it, although I can copy them for the chat for everyone to see if you want.
No, otherwise I will read them. That's why I was asking. So we have a comment from on the local management in transboundary aquifers about, for example, in the Guarani, there is the identification of hotspots. And in previous sessions this morning, we heard in the panel about the local management in the Genovese aquifer, etc. So perhaps each one of you, and Gabriel, you have posted a comment also, I don't know if what is accessible to the audience or not. So perhaps I can ask each one of you to give me your insight about the local management in a transboundary aquifer, where really the issues of the transboundary effects, the transboundary impacts can take place vis-a-vis the management at the whole scale of the aquifer. Of course, I mean, I can understand, depends on the size of the aquifer in the Genovese. It's not like the same like in the Guarani or in the Nubian sandstone. But if you can, each one of you give me your ideas, your thoughts about this topic, which is starting to get more and more attention rather than focusing on the whole aquifer. So I can invite, let's say, the ladies first. So, Catherine, since you were the first lady to speak, please give us your idea in 1 or 2 minutes so that each one of you can speak, and perhaps we can take another question too.
Thank you very much, Raya. I would say 2 possible models in focusing on hotspots and the local public bodies who actually are responsible for water resource management in many communities. One model would be to create some advisory body under the Guarani Aquifer Agreement, for example, an advisory body of local authorities, and that they would be present at commission meetings and have an advisory role for decision making. The other is my suggestion of designating these hotspots as protected areas, whether that means continuing management and monitoring by the sovereign states. I would prefer if it moved to an active commission, an institution that really is directly involved and protects those areas. And that would necessarily include women, indigenous peoples, local authorities, the water users in those areas by the recharge zones on the borders.
Thank you. Pilar? Oh, you're muted.
Okay. In the sense of the idea of hotspots, both it's really, you don't have much to invent it. You have these local arrangements like paradiplomatic arrangements, and that would be something, it's not new. The first agreement, actually they start in the Transboundary Aquifers agreement, which is the case of Geneva Aquifer. Born has a paradiplomatic initiative between cities from France and cities from Switzerland. So something like that could be made in the case of the Guarani Aquifer. And also we have the other option, that is the option that is in Article 14 of the agreement, the identification of critical areas, especially boundary areas. So the agreement on Guarani already opens the door to the opportunity to identify those hotspots and made specific arrangements for those hotspots. So the Guarani Aquifer agreement, it's an umbrella agreement. And then if you identify these critical areas, nothing will prevent states to make a specific agreement, for example, in the case of Rivera Santana or in the case of Concordia and Salto. So you can do it in local level, or you can do it in the inside of the agreement. But well, for that, it would be necessary that the implement in the international level, that you have the commission, that the commission identify those critical areas, or even you can have the states like Uruguay and Brazil anticipate and do another agreement specific to the area of Uruguay and the specific to the city of Santana and the city of Rivera. And well, analyzing the case of the Plata Basin, we already have a general agreement of the La Plata Treaty and also a specific agreement for sub-basins. So why not that could happen with aquifer? You have an umbrella treaty for the Guarani Aquifer, and then you have specific agreements to specific areas of the Guarani. So
okay, thank you, Pilar. Julio, since you were the last speaker, do you have a comment for us, an answer for us on this? No, we cannot hear you, the sound.
First of all, I'd like to thank UNESCO and the ISARM for inviting me. It's changed the initial words for me. But, well, related to management, water, groundwater, I believe that one of the most important points is related to information. There are a lot of others, but information is a key factor. No one's buy something if you don't know. No? And unfortunately, the groundwater data and information are more expensive than in general, than from surface water. And so this was idea, they defined that you presented, they define a stripe of land where we can focus the obtention of this data. This stripe of land is really to have a transboundary effect. So we can focus there. This was one difficulty that we had in Guarani Aquifer agreement negotiations, was just the idea that Pilar said. We have a location 200, 400 kilometers from the border. So it's difficult to convince a country to regulate all the country because of one thing that it does not have a transboundary effect. And information is important. This is an interesting thing that in the beginning of the project, we didn't have sure. We are not really 100% sure that the Aquifer Guarani was going to Argentina. We didn't know how much the aquifer will be in Argentina. So, this information, obtaining information is a key factor. And we have to optimize the area that we can focus and invest in information. For small aquifers, maybe this is not the problem. Maybe because but for large one, this is an important factor to obtain, to facilitate obtain agreements among the countries.
Okay, thank you, Julio. Mr. René, do you have a comment on this from the point of view of financing institution about the local management vis-a-vis the whole transboundary aquifer, or the whole size of the aquifer?
Thank you. Thank you for asking for this participation. Anyways, I mean, we need to, I think it's a challenge. It's quite a challenge. And I think the key point is try to locate ourselves as, as real as possible. Sometimes you can find quite a difference between theory and practice. So even though this practice could vary from time to time. So every time we are into practice, I think we need to assess all the different conditions and requirements that are needed to implement any action. So I think this is case by case, but also I think it's a very challenging issue, and should be, so far it's dealt with case by case. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriel, you opened our session, so you are the last one to give us your comment, but not the least comment for sure.
Thank you. So I did put some comments in the chat, but I only did it to the panelists, and I just sent it now to everybody so you can see. The point here is, and this is largely based on what Pilar said, a little bit what Catherine said in terms of hotspots and priorities and so on. And I wonder if we as lawyers or geologists, engineers, we look at the geography of the aquifer. It's transboundary. It looks transboundary. There's the border. We can see it. It crosses the border. But maybe, as Pilar said, in some areas, there's just no likelihood of cross-border impact. You're going to pump on one side, but because of the geology or the water flow or something, the likelihood of a cross-border effect is just not realistic. Or there may be situations where, because there's whatever the economics or the climate or the precipitation levels, the local community doesn't care. It's not a priority. The government, the nation may not care for that area that is transboundary physically. And so I just mentioned that Rosario Sanchez has written about a concept she termed transboundariness, the extent to which an aquifer is transboundary in a political or socioeconomic sense. And maybe you may have an aquifer that is physically transboundary, but politically it's irrelevant because the parties don't think it's important, or physically the likelihood of cross-border impact is just so insignificant or non-existent that maybe as a political matter it's not really transboundary. So it's just a different perspective, just a different idea to think about in terms of hotspots and other things like that.
Yeah, so it shows us it's not an easy issue. And there's another issue that comes to my mind from being a lawyer, is that often, I don't know in many countries, but at least in Europe and in France, for example, the border the border communities, until recently, they did not have the right to sign an agreement. It had to go through the state. This is what happened with the first Genovese agreement. But then there was this convention in Europe that border cities can sign agreement within themselves. So the second one is signed with the border communities, but I guess in some other regions of the world it's the case. The border cities, communities, etc., local authorities do not have certainly the power to sign. So the idea of the umbrella aquifer and then identifying specific small agreements under could be a way out. We still have 1 minute before closing this session. Gabriel, you have something to add?
Just on something you just said, I think we also have to distinguish between agreements and arrangements, because those border cities can enter into an arrangement. It's not legally binding, but they can have a relationship. So I think that it is possible.
It depends on the legal situation in each context. And now this is another debate. What is the difference between an arrangement and agreement, etc.?
Absolutely, yeah.
So if I can give you, each one of you, 1 minute, just because we don't want to really exceed the time. It has been a long day at UNESCO for all the team. 1 minute just to give me a word of conclusion. So I will start again with Catherine. If you like to conclude this session by one comment, small comment.
All right. One phrase: we need ground rules for groundwater.
Good. Pilar?
We need to involve society and politicians, otherwise we'll never be data. You have data, but data, it's incapable to produce governance, and we need governance. And for that, we need to enlighten people that aquifers exist. And even Guarani, even Ribeirão, that is an overexploited area, people use it like it was the biggest aquifer in the world, and water was not a problem. So public involvement and political will are the main points.
Julio.
Well, as I said, I think that information is between information data. It's important for make the black and the white agreements, and because if you don't know what you are signing, you cannot sign. You never will sign, or you have a problem with the sovereignty and the other kind of problem. So how much information we have, disponible information have, more easy, I think that we can have agreement among the countries.
Thank you. René?
Thank you. I think 3 points. First of all, I think is collaborative and science-based work. The second one, it says common goals. I mean, countries and or communities should have common goals. And the third one would be, local action and management. At the end of the day, groundwater is managed locally, so we need to strengthen local knowledge, local decision-making mechanisms, and to enhance everything about groundwater local management. Thank you.
Gabriel, the last word for you.
While we talk about transboundary aquifers in a national sense, cooperation, data exchange, and so on, I think what René just said and Pilar said in terms of stakeholders, local participation, local engagements, that transboundary impact, liability, responsibility, that's local. And so you have to have that local decision-making involved and local participation involved in any kind of treaty, agreement, arrangement, cooperation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for this very rich session, and I think it's a nice conclusion of this also very rich day. So I hand over back to to Rita at UNESCO. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the presenters. Thank you. Thank you, Ryan, for your great work as usual as a chair. We would also like to thank the technical team here at UNESCO and, of course, the interpreters who had a very long day and did a brilliant work. Thank you. ISARM will resume tomorrow for the final day. At 10 in the morning, we will be starting with session 15 on the advances and assessment of mapping of TBAs and hydrogeological methods. So wish you all a great evening and see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Nice to see everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Nice to see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.